Michael Sims, oh, hold on. Before I start, I just want to state to everybody that I know you heard the tape. I'm going to be telling you why you're here, what your due court dates are, and your release conditions if you have any. Now, you're going to have, if you have release conditions, they will be written, and almost all of you will have written release conditions. Now, you are responsible for all of the release conditions that are ordered. I'm not going to mention every one of them. They are on your paperwork, so you need to read them and make sure that you follow them because you are ordered to follow all of those written release conditions. Okay? All right. So, to start, Michael Sims to the podium, Richard Banowski to the chair. Hello, sir. Please come to the podium.
Oh, okay.
No, at the podium. And then please state your name.
Michael Dwayne Sims, Sr.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
It is 5/6/83.
Thank you. You are being charged with one count of hit and run with the death or injury as a Class 2 felony, one count of aggravated DUI with your license suspended or revoked for DUI as a Class 4 felony, one count of DUI as a misdemeanor, and one count of DUI with your BAC of a .08 or more as a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for these charges. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 23rd. You know what? This was supposed to be, I had changed this, but I didn't save it. So you have a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. Let me fix this. Let me confirm what the changes were, because I had made changes. Yeah. So I made changes, they didn't change it. So I need to double check on almost all of them, just verify.
Is there more on the first one?
Yes, this first one needs changes. The bond is different. And yeah, it's number 10. He is the first person. It's just that I was reviewing the state's recommendation. Yes. In that, so you have a status conference on June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing on June 20th. Actually, let me sign that. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $75,000. If you make bond, then you are to be supervised by pretrial services and then have alcohol testing and monitoring by them.
So is that 10%?
Yes, you can work with a bonding company where, yes, you have to pay 10% usually and then have collateral for the rest.
So that's what I'm asking, is it 7,500?
It's you know, different bonding companies are their own private companies. So, yes, it's usually 10% though.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
It's just that each bonding company, they're their own private business, so they could change, they can do what they want to do. So you need to check with them about what their contract is. Okay?
Okay.
Check with the bonding company that you work with what their contract terms are, because they could change their terms. I mean, I just know that that's what bonding companies used to do when I read about it in law school. back 30 years ago.
Right, because, I mean, I'm from Illinois, so if it's like, the bond is 75,000, 10% of it.
Right, would be 7,500, and then you would have to have collateral for the rest of it. And I'm just saying that that is what a lot of bonding companies do, but bonding companies are companies, they're private companies. So they can do what they want to do. So they don't necessarily have to only do 10%. They can change, they can make their terms be whatever they want to do.
Okay.
So you have to work with them to decide what their contract is.
So I gotta call
You can work with bonding companies, and yes, there's, in the lobby, there's different phone numbers, and they have different bonding companies out there that you can call and see what would work out with for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, wherever you're going, there's going to be like 6 phones and numbers.
Okay.
Okay, and then, so if you want to go to the left, you're going to get your paperwork. Richard Banowski, please come to the podium. Sabrina Soda, please go to the chair. And I'm going to just verify that the next person I had. Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Hello, sir. Would you please tell me what your name is?
Richard George Banowski, Your Honor.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
7/31/1960.
Thank you. You have a warrant for failing to show up for a status conference. And your underlying charges are 1 count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony, 1 count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I am reaffirming the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing set on June 25th at 8:30. And I'm affirming the bond in the amount of $25,000, which is the secured appearance bond.
Yes, yeah, I think I missed it due to, I might have been in the hospital or...
Oh, wait a minute. That looks like $25,000, but wait a minute. Since the bound amount is $2,500 here, so that's a huge difference. Let me look at that warrant again. Oh, it is $2,500, which is a huge difference. So let me change that. A huge difference between a decimal point. So instead of $25,000, you're looking at a bond amount of $2,500.
I don't have...
Okay.
I just got out of the hospital last week. I got mugged. They found me in now
Oh, I'm
half
sorry.
dead. And now I have not only chronic heart failure, but acute respiratory failure with everything else going on.
Well, I'm very sorry. You will be transported to court, though. Okay?
All right.
It was when I first saw it, it was like $25,000, which is what I put in there. So it's actually $2,500. So I changed it in this packet. So just need to give credit.
Yeah, I am suffering
Okay.
from the missing and all that. I've been trying just to survive. It's medical.
Okay.
On medical, it's.
Well,
I wish for that
it might
next
be
time.
able to resolve
I wish for
quickly.
that heart attack that takes me out. Quite honestly.
I'm so sorry. I have appointed counsel to represent you. They might be able to modify release conditions later on. At this moment, I'm going to keep it at what I'm affirming the bond.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
that was already set. It is definitely now $20,000 less than it was. But it is definitely higher.
Okay.
Okay. So they're going to get that to you right now. So when you just start your way over that way, they're going to get it for 2. And Sabrina Soto, please come to the podium. David Hunter, please go to the chair. Yeah, I know, kind of just work with that.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. And let me see what I have here. Yes, this one did change. Okay, so could you please state your full name?
Yes, Sabrina Soto.
Your middle name is Lisa?
Sabrina Lisa Soto,
No
yes.
problem. And your date of birth?
March 6, 1990.
Thank you. And you are being charged with 1 count of organized retail theft as a Class 4 felony. and I am appointing the Maricopa County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Okay.
You have a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. And I am setting a security appearance bond in the amount of $7,500.
Okay.
Okay, and you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime, not to initiate contact with any of the alleged complainant or witnesses. Okay, if you just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork.
Okay.
David Hunter, please come to the podium. Sean Peck, please go to the chair. Let me just check. Let me did that one. Did. Okay. Sir, can you please state your full name?
David Hunter,
And your middle name is Lee?
Lee,
And your date of birth?
12/4/91.
All right, now you have 3 cases before me today, and they all have the same name and date of birth. They are all for warrants for violating your probation. They're number 6, 7, 8 on the docket. Number 6 is, and actually they all, let me just, okay. Yes, they are all probation revocation arraignment hearings with possible dispositions set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. However, they all have different bond amounts, security appearance bond amounts. So on number 6, you have a bond amount in the amount of $1,000. I did appoint counsel to represent you. And actually, you have counsel appointed in each of these. But in number 6, you have a bond amount that I'm affirming in the amount of $1,000. On number 7, I've appointed counsel, and you have a bond amount in the amount of $250. And in number 8, you have a bond amount in the amount of $750. So as I said, you have appointed counsel in all of them. You have, your hearings are set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Okay? So if you just go to your left, and if you get out, be sure to contact your probation officer within 24 hours since you're on intensive probation. Sean Peck, please come to the podium. Roberto Rodriguez, please go to the chair. Okay, hello, sir. Mr. Peck, you have 2 cases before me today, and can you please tell me your name?
Sean Lee Peck,
Thank you, and your date of birth?
8/19/1973.
Thank you, and that is the same name and date of birth I have on both cases, number 12 and 13 on the docket. Now, on number 12, it is a warrant for violating your probation, and let me just, it's a warrant for violating your probation. You have existing counsel, it appears. Let me just double check. Why did I think that I had appointed counsel? Did you just have counsel, or is this a brand new case?
No, I mean, this is
Let me
an
see.
old case, and I was just not notified.
Oh,
when
I
had to go for-
remember. It looked as though you had, that you, on your, looks like you had, oh, your financial profile looked as though you were not indigent. That was the issue. And that's why I did not appoint counsel. Have you ever had counsel appointed?
Yes, I have. This case is like over a year ago.
Okay. You know what? I think I will appoint counsel just to, in the interest of justice, I'll appoint counsel.
On which case?
Mr. Peck. He has 2 cases.
Oh, on both?
Yeah, I'll just appoint counsel. It'll make, I think it'll be better. I am, okay, let me hit save. Let me just quickly do that to both of them so we can get them signed. Because it looks as though you have counsel. Because it actually looked as though you might have private counsel on the one case. So you don't have private counsel?
I do not.
Okay. All right. All right, so then let's go to number 12. It is a warrant for violating your probation. We've already talked about your name and date of birth. It is, like I said, a warrant for violating your probation. I will appoint counsel to represent you in the interest of justice. You have a non-witness violation hearing with a possible disposition hearing set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. Are you sure you don't have counsel?
I do have counsel in that case, but I'm not sure. They just never notified me of anything, Your Honor. Like I thought they were going to bound these together, then they never filed the charges on the second set up here. And then I've just been working and nobody's ever said nothing to me.
Okay, do you know a Brandon Coate?
I do not.
You do not? Okay.
Oh, the attorney?
Yes.
I met him just briefly and he talks to me on the phone and I haven't heard nothing from him since.
Okay, let me see if, can't see if there's a warrant or what's going on in this one. So, notice of release of deposits to get bond forfeiture judgments. This was back in 2024. So you know what? Yeah, you might. It's been a long time. I'm going to. It's been over a year. He may no longer be there. Okay, but you are set for a non-witness violation hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and this disposition hearing set on June 23rd at 8:30. You're affirming the secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $500. On your other case, you have a failure to appear for failing to show up for an arraignment. And the underlying charges on those is 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs for sale as a Class 2 felony, 1 count of possessing narcotic drugs for sale as a Class 2 felony, 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs for sale as a Class 4 felony, and 1 count of driving with a suspended license as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I am appointing counsel to represent you in the interest of justice. As I said, you have an arraignment on June 24th at 8:30 a.m. and you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $3,000. There. I don't know if there was anything changed. So I just signed it just to be on the safe side.
Yes, please.
Okay. I signed it. I wasn't sure. I don't know if because I appointed counsel. I don't know if there was any change. Okay. So then, yes, if you just go to your left, you will make sure that you get your paperwork. Roberto Rodriguez, please go to the podium. Dominic Hopwood, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Now, could you please state your name?
Robert Rodriguez.
All right.
Roberto Rodriguez.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
3/15/1973.
All right. Now, you have a new case stemming from new Justice Court case out of Kyrene Justice Court. 1 count of disorderly conduct using gestures or language as a Class 1 misdemeanor. 1 count of disorderly conduct of disturbing a meeting as a Class 1 misdemeanor. And 2 counts of threatening and intimidating with injury or damage to property as a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find that there was probable cause for these charges. I did not appoint counsel at this time because I could not determine whether or not there was enough information to determine indigency. You have an arraignment set on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. And also, they can always, if you want counsel at your next setting, you can move to ask to have the court appoint you counsel, and they can determine that at the time period. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. You are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim or have any contact with any alleged victim or complainant or witness, or of course the officers. All right, you're not to possess any weapons.
Sure.
Yes.
Is that, will I have to pay 10% of that $1,000 or I have to pay
That would be
$1,000?
it, where you can use a bonding company. So you could do like 10%. You don't have to pay all of it.
Okay.
You don't have to pay cash.
10% of $1,000.
You can pay percentage and like collateral.
Okay.
So yes. Okay, so you go to your left. Dominic Hopwood, please come to the podium. Nathaniel Fountain, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Now, you have two cases before me today. Let's first go to you have number 4 and number 5 on the docket. I'm going to go with number 5, which is a warrant out of municipal court, out of El Mirage. And could you please state your full name?
Huh?
Could you please give me your name?
Dominic Hopwood,
Okay, and your date of birth?
May 17th, 1987.
Thank you, and that is the same name and date of birth I have on both cases. Now, on this case out of El Mirage Municipal Court, it is for 1 count of shoplifting as a Class 1 misdemeanor, and I am not appointing counsel because I cannot determine that whether or not, I do not have enough information to determine indigency. You have an arraignment set on June 23rd at 10 a.m. with a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150. If you remain in custody, the court can determine whether or not to appoint counsel for you at the next setting. On the next, okay, you know what? Actually, you know what? I should actually appoint counsel do you have a job?
I do landscaping.
I'm sorry, what?
Landscaping?
Okay, and can you afford, are you planning on hiring counsel? Can you hire counsel?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know if it's possible.
Okay, but are you going to be able to bond out on the 150? Okay. All right, at this moment, then let's just go on to the next case. I'm not appointing counsel at this time on that other case. On the other one, it is, again, same name and date of birth. You're being charged with new charges out of Superior Court. 1 count of possessing or using a narcotic drug is a Class 4 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. Now, they are having that the offense date for these charges are yesterday's date, June 15th of 2025. And I need to find probable cause in order to make release conditions. If I do not find probable cause for any of the charges, then I need to release you. Now, the Form 4 talked about that they had test results for different dates, and it never mentioned yesterday's date. They didn't say that they found anything on you when they were arresting you. They were just talking about test results from different dates that they had contact with you. So I cannot find probable cause for the charges that are before me for this case. I also, though, cannot dismiss this. Do you understand? So these charges still are in full force. I did appoint counsel to represent you, so you do have counsel that can, assist you in these charges. But I also, because I cannot find probable cause, I must release you on this case. Do you understand? So the only thing that will be holding you will be the municipal court case with the $150 bond. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right. So because I cannot find probable cause in this case, there are no release conditions in this case. So with that understanding, then, will you be able to bond out on that other case?
I don't know.
You're still not sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All
I don't
right.
know your phone numbers or anything. So
I'm sorry.
I don't have any phone numbers or anything. So I don't know if my mom will call in and find out or not.
Well, in that case, I'm going to edit this and put down that you're to be appointed counsel at the next hearing for the bond amount, for the bond issue only.
And why is it that I cannot get released, to make it to my next court on time? On my
As I
own?
just stated, it's
On my own?
$150 bond.
Okay.
Okay. And then, yes, I just changed that because of that reason. Commissioner McCollum just sent an email about appointing counsel, and I think it kind of changed how I did things. So there. All right, so if you just go to your left, you'll get your paperwork. Nathaniel Fountain, please come to the podium. Yeah, if you want him, I mean, obviously, sorry, she went all the way. Nathaniel Fountain, please come to the podium. Sorry, I shouldn't have had him. I just wanted him to go to the left. Jesse Bronson, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your full name?
Nathaniel Fountain,
Your date of birth?
1764.
I'm sorry, that was 7/2/1964?
Yes.
Okay, and you failed to show up for a status conference. Your underlying charges is 1 count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a class 4 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. And you have a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 and a preliminary hearing set on June 25th at 8:30. You have a security appearance bond in the amount of $500. Okay, so you just go to your left to get your paperwork. Jesse Bronson, please go to the chair. Go to the podium. Isaac Guerra, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me just make sure I have that. Hello. Could you please state your name?
Jesse Ray Bronson,
Thank you. Your date of birth?
8/22/75.
Thank you. You failed to show up for an arraignment. Your underlying charge is 1 count of possessing or using a narcotic drug as a class 4 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have an arraignment set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m., and I am affirming the bond in the amount of $500.
Thank you. I just want to let you know, Your Honor, I called before court that day to my attorney. His name was Nicholas Spare, and I called him like an hour and a half before court, and my car was impounded.
Oh.
So I didn't failure to appear. I did talk to my attorney. I guess he didn't get the message or pass the message to the judge, so that's why I didn't show up that day. My car's still in the impound. That's why I didn't show up.
Okay. Since I don't have any information to that effect.
Other than that, my mom's phone, I got the message or the call on my mom's phone if you want to check, because my phone was stolen. That was part of the reason why I talked to my attorney. But I did. His name was Nicholas Spare, and I contacted the office, and I contacted his number, but I guess he had somebody coming instead for him that day. It was another attorney that was showing up for him.
Got
So
coverage, type of thing.
that's why I found out. Because I would have been there, Your Honor. I wouldn't have missed my court date, no way, shape, or form. I would have been there, ma'am. I mean, I wouldn't lie to you. You can contact my mom or my family or anybody if you need to, or him even, because he did get my message. But I guess he didn't come in. He had another attorney coming in that day.
Attorney.
I would have been there, ma'am. I'm coming from Chandler, and it's in Phoenix, and it's like 18 stops on the light rail, and I wouldn't have made it. There was no way I would have made it with 18 stops, and they didn't start the light rail till 6.
The thing is that this is May 28th, and we're already June 16th, that you could have shown up. You could have talked to your attorney and shown up before now.
I did talk to him, but they didn't get the warrant squashed, I guess.
Yeah, something could have happened. You could have, self-surrendered before now. So I'm going to leave it at the 500 right now.
Okay, yeah, he didn't have no other way to contact me but other through my mom's phone, and he never called me back. Okay. That was my only, I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to be so that you should have contacted him.
Okay.
After, like that next day or something.
Ma'am, I had 24 hours. I got 3rd-degree burns all over my stomach, and I didn't get to see a doctor in 24 hours from Chandler Police Department. They didn't have a nurse to see me. When this case happened, I didn't have drugs even found on me in narcotics day. They broke my wrist and my ribs that day when this charge happened. I didn't have no drugs on me. There was 9 officers there, and there was no drugs found on me, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm filing charges because there was no drugs found on me, ma'am.
They don't have to find drugs on you at this moment when they're dealing with a warrant.
Yeah, the narcotics charge was thrown out last October. I didn't get released with no paperwork, and it came up 8 months later. I was not arrested
Yeah,
back
you
in
were
October.
kind of municipal for an unrelated charge.
Yes, ma'am, I was not even,
Outstanding warrant. You know what, I am going to leave it as is at this moment. They can change it later, okay?
okay, ma'am.
You can go.
All right, thank you.
And have a seat on the left.
Isaac Guerra, please come to the podium. Edgardo Escarge, please come to the chair. Oh, 22 is down here. Okay. Hello, sir. Could you please state your name
Isaac Guerra,
and your date of birth?
8/8/89.
Thank you. You have a warrant for violating your probation. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a probation revocation hearing set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a secured appearance bond in the amount of $100. If you get out, be sure to contact your probation officer within 72 hours.
Okay.
Okay? So you just go to your left to get your paperwork.
So I'm not being released, right?
You can bond out with $100.
Oh, okay.
It's a really low bond. Edgardo Escarge, please come to the podium. Alder Hinojas, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Can you please state your full name?
Eduardo Escarcega, Guadalupe, Saavedra,
Okay, and your date of birth?
August 31st, 1997.
Thank you. You are being charged with one count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony, one count of possessing a narcotic drug for sale as a Class 4 felony, one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. I did find that there was probable cause for these charges. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. I am going to set a bond in the amount of $50. The Form 4 that I read states that you had a warrant to go back to DOC. So if you were to go back to DOC, then you wouldn't be able to resolve this case. So I would say the best thing to do is to keep, just don't pay the $50 so that you can resolve this, resolve this before you were to take care of it, before you were to go, be taken back to DOC. Okay, so I just set it for $50.
All right, thank you.
Okay? You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers, do not possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Okay? So just go to your left and get your paperwork.
All right, thank you.
But obviously, if you don't have that warrant and there's no issue about going to DOC, then just pay the $50.
Right.
Right. Elder Hinojos, please go to the podium. Edward Ramirez, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Could you please state your name?
Yeah, it's Aldair Hinojos,
And your date of birth?
12/20/1994.
Thank you. You have a warrant out of Santan Justice Court for one count of reckless driving. And I did not appoint counsel out of that jurisdiction. I could not determine whether or not you're indigent or not. You have an arraignment set on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. and you have the secured appearance bond in the amount of $680. Okay? If you go to your left, you'll get to that paperwork.
So I have to pay the bond?
If you want to be released, yes.
All right. Is there any way you can reduce that bond?
I'm not reducing it.
No? All right. Thank you.
Edward Ramirez, please come to the podium. Ernest Carlson, please go to the chair. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Could you please state your name
Yeah, Edward Ramirez,
and your date of birth?
January 2nd, 81.
Thank you. You have a warrant out of West Mesa Justice Court for one count of driving with a license suspended, revoked, or canceled as a Class 1 misdemeanor. If you are to remain in custody, you'll be appointed counsel at your next hearing. You have an arraignment set on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. You have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Okay? Yes. If you just go to your left, you'll get that. Ernest Monroe Carlson. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name?
Ernest Monroe Carlson,
Thank you, and your date of birth?
December 31st, 1979.
Thank you. You have a warrant for violating your probation. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have probation revocation hearings set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m., and I am affirming the bond in the amount of secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Okay?
Okay.
So, yeah, if you go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. Number 15, let me see if I have 10, 20, 22, 23. Oh, these are all, that's why they're down there. I'm like, where are they? Okay. And I'm sorry, Linda Miller? Oh, hold on. Did we do Timothy Silvas yet? No, ma'am. Oh, okay. So we did do Ernest Carlson? Did we just do Ernest? Okay. Then Timothy Silvas, please come to the podium. Linda Miller, please go to the chair.
Timothy, come in the courtroom.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
Can you please state your name?
Timothy Silvas,
And your middle name is Andrew?
Andrew,
And your date of birth?
August 13, 1975.
Okay. Now, you are being charged with one count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a class, as a felony. I should have made that, that's as a class 4 felony, and one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for these charges. Now, I saw that you stated in your interview that you do not want counsel appointed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you don't? Because honestly, I got to tell you, I think that it makes sense to use an attorney. Even being an attorney, sometimes dealing with just the whole procedure of how things work in the Maricopa County Superior Court, it really helps to be an attorney to know how to deal with the procedure. So I got to tell you, I think that it might make sense for me to appoint counsel for you in the interest of justice.
That means you marry me.
I'm sorry, what?
Doesn't really matter to me.
Then I'm going to appoint counsel to represent you, okay?
True.
Because I think that it would be smarter to do so.
Is it because you guys don't like to talk to us at the time?
No, I just think that it actually I think that you will get better service and get better representation if you have someone who's gone to law school and who knows the procedures and knows the court system.
Okay, whatever. Okay.
Okay. There you go. I fixed that part. I'm not going to change his charges. I think we'll just leave that as is. Or would it be smarter if would it be smarter if I changed the fact about the felony because they aren't marked correctly? Okay.
The find my penny pack, you know, in my penny pack.
Okay. I don't want you talking about the charges.
Okay.
Because first of all, whatever you say is being recorded right now and it can be used against you later.
Okay, but you're right.
Okay, I'm not gonna, we'll just leave this as is. Let's go to the release order. Save, signature, there. I've appointed counsel. I initially was not going to appoint counsel, but I got to tell you, I think it is much smarter for you to get counsel.
Okay.
So there. If you can print that out, please, for number 15. Okay, if you go to your left, you'll get that paperwork. Okay, and Linda Miller, please come to the podium. Myrna Mentalongo, please go to the chair. Yes, thank you. Could you please state your name?
Linda E. Miller,
All right, and your date of birth?
May 17th of 1956.
Thank you. You have a new case out of Buckeye Municipal Court. It is for one count of disorderly conduct, fighting as a domestic violence offense. I am not appointing counsel at this time. You can apply for counsel when you're at court. If they find you eligible, they can appoint counsel for you at that time. You have an arraignment set on July 1st at 2 p.m. and I'm going to be releasing you on your own recognizance. However, you are not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. Now, you may not reside in the same location as any alleged victim. I understand even if that is your residence. You're not to have a common residence with any victim. You must find an alternate residence. You must provide proof of this new address to the court at your next court date. You are allowed one civil standby with law enforcement to collect your belongings. And then I did put down that you to be appointed counsel if the court finds that you're eligible under both prongs of the eligibility. I didn't know if the state would be looking at seeking jail or probation in this matter. Okay? So, you just go to your left or get your paperwork. Myrna Montalongo, please come to the podium. Anita Ibarb, please go to the chair. Hello. And can you please state your full name?
Myrna Jacqueline Montalongo.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
May 17, 1986.
Thank you. Now you have a new case out of Superior Court, one count of criminal trespassing in the first degree involving a residential structure, the Class 6 felony, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, fighting as a misdemeanor, Class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of criminal damage as a Class 2 misdemeanor. I did find that there was probable cause for these charges. I'm appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. I am going to be releasing you on pretrial services. However, you are not to initiate contact with the alleged victim. You are not to have any physical contact with the alleged victim, nor initiate contact with the alleged complainant or witnesses. And you are not to go on or into the residence of the victim, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. I couldn't tell if you were still maybe on the title. So, and I didn't want to mess with a parenting plan, but I do not want you to go on that residence whatsoever. Right. So basically, you can be in the public street, and follow with whatever parenting plan you still have. I just don't want you to go on the residence or enter the residence. Okay. Okay? So that's why I didn't say you can't go back to the actual incident. And then, of course, you still have to deal with, your family law information, family law stuff. Okay. But you cannot initiate contact with the alleged victim whatsoever or have any physical contact with any alleged victim. Okay. And, of course, any complainant or witness. All right? So talk to your attorney and you can discuss with him exactly what everything is involving. If you go to your left, look at your paperwork. Thank you. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I did not appoint counsel, so you don't have counsel. You just need to, let me go back. Wait, you did have, that was a felony, so yes, you do have counsel. Okay. Okay. Anita Ebarb, please come to the podium. Zachary Gress, please go to the chair. Thank you. Can you please state your name?
Anita Ann Ebarb.
I'm sorry. I was talking, so I didn't hear what you had to say.
Anita Ann Ebarb.
Thank you. And your date of birth?
10/15/73.
Thank you. And you have a arrest warrant out of Superior Court. It is for one count of possessing or using a dangerous drug as a Class 4 felony. Since it was a direct warrant, complaint, probable cause was already found. This was for an offense date of August 3rd of 2024. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. Initially, it was for a bond in the amount of $1,000, but it kept looking as though it kept getting return mail. So because of that reason, and pretrial services is recommending pretrial supervision, I am going to follow the recommendation, and I'm going to release you on their supervised release. So I'm going to release you on pretrial services, so they are going to supervise you. Okay, so you will have, let me just, what does that mean? That means that you are going to be released, however, you are on supervised release by pretrial services. So you're going to get an envelope. It tells you that you need to contact pretrial services, and so you're going to need to kind of keep in contact with them, and they're going to like verify where you are and make sure that you show up for court. Okay? Okay? So just go to your left, and you'll get that paperwork. Thank you. Zachary Graff, please come to the podium. Dennis Kreutzer, please go to the chair. Hello, sir. Can you please state your name?
Zachary Mason Grass.
Thank you. Your date of birth?
09/22/2003.
Thank you. And you have a new case out of Buckeye Municipal Court.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's for one count of assault as a Class 1 misdemeanor and one count of disorderly conduct fighting as a Class 1 misdemeanor. It did not appear that you were indigent, so I'm not appointing counsel, but the court can find you later on. They could determine that they could appoint counsel later on if they wanted to do so. It's a different jurisdiction. I can't appoint counsel in that jurisdiction anyway.
Is that just an attorney?
That's what I'm saying. If you wanted an attorney, you can ask that court, Buckeye,
Yes, ma'am.
to appoint you. They have to determine whether you are indigent and whether or not you are looking at jail or probation.
Okay, so the lady that asked me up front if I wanted one?
Yes, and that is something that I would look at, but it is also something that I cannot do for cities.
Okay.
I can do for superior court cases, and I can do for justice court, but for other cities, I don't have the authority.
Okay.
I can do it for bond only if I was keeping you in custody, but I'm going to be releasing you on your own cognizance.
Thank you, ma'am.
However, I do have the authority about release conditions, and you are not to initiate contact with the alleged victims.
Yes,
You're not to initiate contact with arresting officers. You also may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim or go to the alleged victim's residence. I couldn't tell if you were living with the victim or not. If you do, you cannot live there.
That's fine.
Okay, you have to find an alternate residence, and you must provide proof of a new address to the court at your next court date.
Yes, ma'am.
You will be allowed one civil standby with a law enforcement officer to collect your belongings. Okay, so you go to your left to get that paperwork, and that information will be on your paperwork.
Alrighty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
Dennis Kreutzer, please come to the podium. Hello, sir, and can you please state your name?
Dennis Kreutzer.
Okay, and sorry from...
Kreutzer is close enough.
Okay, no, it isn't.
No, really.
I don't like getting my name mispronounced.
That's the most common pronunciation. So.
Well, okay, can you please state it again with your middle name as well?
Dennis Gerard Kreutzer II.
Okay, and your date of birth?
5/22/1981.
And you have an arrest warrant for Superior Court. It is for one count of possessing or using dangerous drugs as a Class 4 felony, and one count of possessing or using drug paraphernalia as a Class 6 felony. Since it's an arrest warrant, probable cause is already found. I am appointing counsel to represent you. You have a status conference set on July 1st at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on July 3rd at 8:30 a.m. The bond amount was initially $50. I, however, am going to change that to own your cognizance. I'm going to let you come on your own promise.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I never did get any
And,
kind of info, telling me when to be here, I would have been here.
okay, and because it's like, yeah, it seems like there was just a mix up with the mail.
Yeah,
So just make sure that the court now has a good address for your.
they do.
good
It's the
address.
same address, so
Then it's like, I don't know why you wouldn't have
Yeah.
noticed.
I was shocked when he told me it was, and they had the right phone number too, so I don't know.
Okay, well, make sure that you, like, pay extra
I'm gonna.
attention now,
Yeah,
okay?
definitely.
Before you leave court or whatever, make sure that you know what the next court date would be.
Okay.
Okay? If you don't know what's going on, look it up.
Yeah,
Look
I
at-
had been too, like, I just didn't, for the first, like, I wanna say like 7, 8 months after that happened, I was calling regularly to see if I had a warrant or
Okay.
to see what,
Yeah,
and
well,
then-
it's a direct complaint.
but I
Sometimes
got it
can be
now.
gone- It could be
It's
gone
different
for,
now.
like, you know, and it may not have been happening for a while.
Yeah,
And then it
I
happened.
just didn't, this
That's
is my
okay.
first time dealing with anything like that. so-
Which is good.
Yeah.
And that's probably why it's such a low bond amount in the first place.
Okay, cool.
So, like I said, I'm going to release you on your promise to appear on your own recognizance. Just make sure you should keep showing up for court.
I will, for sure.
Okay? Good, you're lucky and get that.
Which way?
They're going to give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So the next cases we have are the, let me see, what time is it? Oh, you know what? Beth will be here soon, so I'll let her deal with the search warrant. Let me go to the house calls. The house calls are number 26, 27, 28, 22, 20, and 21. They all are not in here because they are a danger to others. I will go to Tyler Olson first, his 3 cases, 26, 27, and 28. They're all for warrants for violating probation. Tyler, number 26, Tyler Kyle Olson, date of birth, August 16th, 1993. On number 26, 27, and 28, they all have the same name and date of birth. Number 26 and 27 are for warrants for violating probation out of Maricopa County Superior Court. I am appointing counsel to represent him. He has probation revocation arraignment hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. On number 26, he has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. And on number 27, he also has a bond amount in the amount of $250. So again, same thing for both of those. Appointing counsel, same probation revocation arraignment hearings on the same date and time. On his last case, which is number 28, he has an out-of-county warrant at a Pima County Superior Court for 1 count of failing to appear in the first degree as a as a felony. If he remains in custody, he'll be appointed counsel at his next hearing. He has an arraignment on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. and a secured appearance bond in the amount of $2,000. And actually, I saw that the underlying charge in that was for failing to register as a sex offender. On number 22, let me make sure that I had made those changes that I had planned on doing on that one. Where is number 20? On number 22, his name is Ernesto Orozco Avila, date of birth February the 6th, 1992. He is being charged with 1 count of organized retail theft as a using artifice as a class 4 felony. I am appointing counsel to represent him. He has a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. And yeah, I know I made changes and they weren't saved. So this should be $7,500 as a bond. Save. Signature. Okay, it is now saved. Okay, so that is now saved. Okay, that does, number 22 needs to be reprinted. Okay, going to number 20, which also I do not believe it's been changed either. Oh, hold on. That was number, I'm looking at number 20 now. 20, sorry, that's 22 is wrong. This is number 20. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's actually, this one is number 20. This is the 7,500. And the thing was, I changed it earlier, and I don't know why they weren't saving. There. That is now saved. Let me go back to 22, which I had it as 1,000. So let me just double check. Okay. Close this. Number 22. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I don't know if you threw that away. On number 22 for the 1,000, that was correct. For Ernesto Avila. I don't know, threw it away. Well, we can just. So, do you need me to re-sign? On number 22, I had made a mistake. That actually was accurate. That is now not accurate. I changed it because I thought I was looking at 20. Here. Oh, hold on. Let me fix it now. We'll fix it back. This is correct now. What I had it at was actually correct. It is now correct again. Okay, so there. And let me just double check 21 is not on here. Yeah, for some reason when I looked at them earlier and I made some changes, they didn't get changed. Okay. Now they're correct. So let me go back. We did Olson. Let me go back to number 22. Ernesto Orozco Avila, date of birth, February the 6th, 1992. He has a new case at Superior Court, one count of organized theft of artifice of his Class 4 felony. I'm appointing counsel to represent him. He has a status conference on June 23rd at 8:30, in a preliminary hearing on June 25th at 8:30, in a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Number 20, Tom Bitsu Cook, date of birth, December 22nd, 1992. He has a new case at Superior Court, one count of aggravated assault as a Class 5 felony, one count of assault as causing fear of physical injury as a Class 2 misdemeanor, one count of criminal trespassing in the third degree as a Class 3 misdemeanor. And I did find probable cause for these charges. I am appointing counsel to represent him. He has a status conference set on June 23rd at 8:30 a.m. and a preliminary hearing set on June 25th at 8:30 a.m. And I have a secured appearance bond in this case in the amount of $7,500. And then on the last case, we have Yulei Wang, or Huang, date of birth, February the 5th, 1979. She has a warrant out of Santan Justice Court, one count of shoplifting as a removal of goods as a Class 1 misdemeanor. If she remains in custody, she is to be appointed to counsel at the next hearing. She has an arraignment set on June 19th at 8:30 a.m., and she has a secured appearance bond in the amount of $680. Okay. There. Okay. And now, yes, the 5 a.m. docket is now complete, adjourned.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on theft of a means of transportation, a Class 3 felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 3 hearings in your case. The first on June 20th at 8:30, the next one on June 23rd at 1:30, and the last one on June 25th at 8:30, all in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because your new offense was committed while you were on release in CR 2025-105465, I am holding you non-bondable on your new charges. So go ahead, step to the left. All right, Ethan Galvin Lopez and then Carlord Clinkscale. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name to record.
Ethan Galvan Lopez,
And Mr. Galvin Lopez, what is your date of birth?
10/18/02.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, a Class 2 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, discharge of a firearm within city limits, a Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct involving weapons, a Class 6 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent, so I am not appointing you an attorney. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting 2 hearings in your new case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new case in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including electronic monitoring, not returning to the scene of the alleged crime, or having any contact with the alleged victim. Now, you are also on probation in CR 2021-104417. In that matter, your new charges would constitute a violation of Term 1 of your existing probation. In your probation violation matter, I am also, again, based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, finding that you are not indigent. I am updating that, I'm sorry. Finding that you are not indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. So I'm not appointing you an attorney in the probation violation matter either. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I'm setting 1 hearing in your probation violation matter on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Because I am finding that based upon your new charges and constituting an alleged Term 1 violation of your existing probation, that you will, in all reasonable probability, receive a sentence of imprisonment. In this matter, I am holding you non-bondable on your probation case. Go ahead, step to the left. Harlan Scale, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Carlin Klingsko.
All right, and Mr. I'm sorry, can you say your last name one more time?
Klingsko.
Klinkskell, okay. Mr. Klinkskell, what is your date of birth?
April 9, 2002.
Thank you. All right, so you are here on 2 matters as well. So you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person. That's a Class 4 felony. Disorderly conduct involving weapons, a Class 6 felony. Criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can I, about it was a magazine that was found in my backseat, and it wasn't a weapon.
So according to the Form 4, hold on. There was a handgun found.
No.
Okay. Well, that is, and sir, I'm two things. One, that's the information in the Form 4 based upon which I'm finding probable cause. And two, I'm going to remind you, you do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say could be used against you. I am finding probable cause for all of those violations. For purposes of appointing you an attorney based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I'm updating this one too. I am appointing you an attorney. Sorry about that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting 2 hearings in your case. The first on June 23rd at 8:30, and the second one on June 25th at 8:30. Both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your new case in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including no returning to the scene of the alleged crime. You would also need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release, which leads us to your probation case. You are currently on probation in CR 2024-151835.
Correct.
In that case, your new charges would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation of your probation. In the probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your probation case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $5,000. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step below.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
So it said it was a handgun found?
That's what the Form 4 says, yes.
So what do I do if there was no handgun?
So I did appoint you an attorney, so you can talk to your attorney about any defenses.
Is that why my bond is $25,000 because it was a handgun found? Supposedly, because it was not a handgun found. I'm just super confused.
According to the Form 4, hold on, sir. According to the Form 4, you admitted. I understand you were disputing the handgun. However, according to the Form 4, you admitted returning with the purple blue cloth over your right hand with the intent to intimidate the employee, and he wanted. I'm reading the Form 4.
Yeah.
He wanted to make the employee believe he had a weapon of some sort.
Yeah.
So I understand you have some factual or some issues with the allegations as stated in the Form 4. Again, I am setting the bond where I am setting the bond based upon my reading of the Form 4 and the information in the Form 4. You do have an opportunity to talk to the judge on June 23rd, and I am appointing you an attorney, so you can provide that information.
So I will be staying incarcerated?
Unless you can post that bond.
And the bond would be?
It is $25,000 on your new charges and $5,000 on your probation case. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Jeff. Roberta Martinez, please. Hi. All right, Ms. Martinez, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Roberta Fernanda Martinez.
And Ms. Martinez, what is your date of birth?
January 5th, 1993.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault, assault with a dangerous or a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument, a Class 3 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case. The first on June 23rd at 8:30, and the next one on June 25th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Okay.
I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $15,000. Okay. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including electronic monitoring, and you may have no victim contact. I don't know, do you and the victim live together?
Well, I was kind of living out of my car, but I ended up staying with him for a while.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And it just kind of got like, I mean, obviously you can see my face. So.
Okay. So I am ordering no victim contact.
Okay.
Since you do not live with the alleged victim, it shouldn't be an issue with you not returning to the residence of the alleged victim. All right, go ahead.
I didn't do it at the house though, where he lives at. It was like down the street.
No victim contact, no going to the alleged victim's house. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. Chad Conlon, please. Is this not talking? Right? You don't have four, I can push it out. Okay, hold on just a second, I'm sorry. Oh. All right, I apologize for that. I was getting ahead. All right, Mr. Conlon, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Chad Ernest Conlon.
And Mr. Conlon, what's your date of birth?
6/9/79.
Thank you. And you are here on 4 matters today. We're going to go ahead and talk about your new matter. First, you were arrested yesterday on charges of organized retail theft, a Class 4 felony, obstruction of law enforcement, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings, the first on June 23rd at 8:30, and the next one on June 25th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County. Both of those in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $2,500. This is in your new case. Now, in the event you were able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, which brings us to your probation case. You are, let me see. All right, Maricopa County Superior Court has issued warrants for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in cases CR 2024-102400, CR 2022-128363, and CR 2022-103411. In all 3 of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your case, CR 2024-102400, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In your case, CR 2022-128363, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. In your case, CR 2022-103411, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. In the event you are able to post all of your bonds and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
All right, Joshua Kirkwood, please. Joshua Kirkwood. Good morning, Mr. Kirkwood. Go ahead, step up to the podium. All right, Mr. Kirkwood, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Joshua Kirkwood, Joshua Robert Kirkwood.
And Mr. Kirkwood, what is your date of birth?
02/02/1981.
Thank you. And Mr. Kirkwood, you are here today on 4 matters. We're going to go ahead and talk about your new matter first. You were arrested yesterday on aggravated harassment violating an order of protection, a Class 6 felony, and aggravated domestic violence, a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30. Both of those hearings are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including electronic monitoring. Hold on, I need to update this. No returning to the scene of the alleged crime and no contact with the alleged victim.
Your Honor.
All right, you are also here because the Peoria Municipal Court has issued 3 warrants for you. We're going to go ahead and talk about your first warrant first, which is CM 2025-000397. In that matter, the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to comply with a court order, and the offense date for that is February, very small number, February 8th of 2025. This is an initial arrest warrant, and it is a first degree charge of, a Class 1 misdemeanor charge. In that matter, I am finding that you are indigent for purposes of appointing you an attorney. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on June 19th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. In that matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, you are also here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest, in your case, CM 2024-001321. In that matter, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am also finding that you are indigent. An attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be on June 19th at 9 a.m. And this matter is in regard to a failure to appear in a pre-adjudication matter involving third-degree criminal trespass with an offense date of December 15th of 2024. In that matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. Now, finally, you are here because the Peoria Municipal Court issued a warrant for your arrest in their case, CM 2024-001311. In that matter, again, I am, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, finding that you are indigent, and an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which again will be on June 19th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. This is another pre-adjudication matter for, again, trespass in the third degree with an offense date of December 8th of 2024. In this matter, I am also setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $50. All right, go ahead, step to the left, officer, your paperwork.
I did have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
So the ones that have to do with my ex-girlfriend, I have children with her, and we were allowed to communicate over the phone for that I was able to visit my children.
Okay. So whatever family court orders that you have in place, those orders are in place. And I am not, my intention is not to change or impact at all any of those family court orders.
It's saying that I'm not allowed to contact her over the phone when I was allowed to.
and that is an excellent point, and I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. So I am going to say you have orders in place from the family court?
Yeah, it was supposed to be that I'm allowed to.
Okay, sir, answer my question. Do you have family court orders in place?
Family court orders in place. Yes, so the only court orders that we have are that, I'm not sure to tell you the truth. I can't. I don't want to say something and it be.
Okay, no, I appreciate that.
I'm saying that I was allowed to contact her over the phone, for the sake of, we have children.
Okay.
And then, also, the other one I have is with my niece, and my mother and my sister live there, but my niece has an order of protection against me. But I go there to see my mom.
Okay.
And talk to my mom.
Okay. So Julie, I'm going to update this order. So I'm updating this order, and this order will say that you must obey the terms of any order of protection that was issued. And I think that makes sense in that that seems to be the primary issue here, is you're violating orders of protection. And again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to solicit any particular response from you, in that you do have the right to remain silent. So I did update that order, and we will get that issued to you.
Could I just please?
Sir.
So even the one with that has the niece with the order of protection, or let's say even the one with my ex-girlfriend. At first I was told one thing, and it was I can't go to the house, but I could see her when I go to see the kids, and we would meet up at the park together. And then when I'm meeting up at the park, her sister starts yelling at me, and I get in an argument with the sister at the park. When the police show up, they arrest me at the park, even though it said the order of protection was I shouldn't go to the house because my ex-girlfriend was there. But they told me originally that we could go to the park together, just not to the house.
Okay, sir, so what I would suggest is you need to review that order of protection, okay? All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right, Santos Urena, please. And then Victor Ailman Gomez.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
82987.
Okay, and what's your name, sir?
Santos Gabriel Urena.
Okay, Mr. Urena, you are here today on two matters. I'm going to go ahead and talk about your Maricopa County Superior Court matter first. You are here on that matter because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on a direct complaint matter, which alleges that on or about November 14th of 2024, you possessed or used narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and that on or about that same date, you possessed or used drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those violations. I'm sorry, it's a direct complaint. Didn't need to find probable cause, not doing it. Backing up, I'm sorry about that, but I did want to inform you of your charges on that. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting two hearings, first on June 23rd at 8:30, and the next one on June 25th at 8:30.
I can't get on pretrial services or anything. I went on that matter that they're saying that, all right, so I got arrested at my lady's house, at her mom's house on 40th Street, and they got me for 2 counts of aggravated assault, a deadly weapon, and all that, and they dropped all my charges because they didn't have probable cause. And then all of a sudden, I get out Thanksgiving of last year. I got off from 4th Avenue, and they dropped all my charges, and all of a sudden they picked that charge. They gave me them charges. Like I was doing good. I mean, I'm working. I got back with my wife. You know what I'm saying? I stay in St. Pete. I mean, and I'm trying to. I mean, I'm just asking if you could like please like send me like on a I'm not on parole. I'm not on probation. I ain't got nothing. You know what I mean?
No, and I appreciate that, and I do.
I don't understand how they're gonna like for one, they dropped all them charges. You know what I'm saying? And then they released me. All right, so they said that April of last year they brought them charges back up. All right, they brought them charges up April of last year. So why did I get out from 4th Avenue on Thanksgiving?
All right, so the state has now filed this direct complaint. Pursuant to the arrest warrant on this direct complaint, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you do need to go to your hearings. Now, you are also here because the Northwest Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to pay in your matter involving a 2024 charge for disorderly conduct. In that matter, for purposes of appointing you an attorney, I am finding that you are indigent, and I am appointing you an attorney and setting a hearing on June 19th at 1 p.m. I am setting a placeholder bond in that matter in the amount of $50 so you can get time for credit for time in custody in that matter, okay?
For which matter?
Misdemeanor. For the North Mesa Justice Court matter. Okay? Go ahead, step to left.
Fuck, man.
Victor Ailman Gomez, please. All right, sir, go ahead. State your name for the record.
My name is Victor Alemán Gomez.
Apologize for mispronouncing your last name. All right, sir. You are here today because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for child support. In that matter, because it's civil, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 20th at 10 p.m. in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that arrest warrant, I am setting a cash purge amount of $1,000. Okay, go ahead, step to left.
So that means I'm staying here?
Unless and until you pay that $1,000 cash purge amount, yes.
So where will I be at walk-in?
I'm sorry, what?
Am I going to walk-in then until the 20th?
It's up to classification.
Okay. So I thought I'm also working, you know, and I'm part of Victory Outreach. I don't know if you heard him. It's a church, but we also have a disciple home. And I've been there for a year, so I've been sober for over a year already. And I graduated. I'm part of the disciple home now, like a second phase. And they give me the ability to work, so I'm able to provide. And I've been wanting to take care of these issues, but I just started working. So, you know, I think this is going to really affect me. And if anything, I could probably contact my pastors and you guys could talk to them. They'll let you know how I changed from the beginning of last year to now the person that I am, you know, so.
And sir, I do want to sincerely congratulate you on your sobriety. That's so important to being a good person, to being a good father, to doing all the things that you need to do. So I really congratulate you on that. That being said, I am leaving that cash purge set at $1,000 because you do, according to Maricopa County Superior Court, you owe that money in child support. So go ahead, step to the left. Cloyd Crow, please.
They told me I was going to see a judge at 4 p.m. I'm going to still see him at 4 p.m. today?
That's up, next question.
Okay.
Hello,
Hi. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Chloe Crow,
And Mr. Crow, what is your date of birth?
10/4/91.
Thank you. And you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of public sexual indecency, a Class 5 felony, and criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a Class 3 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. I am appointing you an attorney. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, you are also here because you are currently on probation in cases CR 2024-000280 and CR 2024-144226. In both of those probation matters, your new charges would constitute an alleged Term 1 violation. In each of those probation violation matters, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting secured appearance bonds in each of those probation violation matters in the amount of $250. So that is a total for all 3 cases of $750 in secured appearance bonds, okay? In the event you are able to post those bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to the left.
So I'm staying?
Unless and until you post that bond, yes.
Okay.
All right, Angie Armenta, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Go ahead, state your name to the record.
Angie Armenta,
And Ms. Armenta, what is your date of birth?
9/22/91.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney. And I'm setting 2 hearings in your new case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Now, you are currently in probation violation proceedings in your case CR 2024-131806. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court has issued a warrant for your arrest. In that probation violation matter, I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250 in that case. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right?
Okay, so in order to bond that 250?
It's 750.
750?
750. Yes, ma'am.
So it's 250 for the,
So it's $500 in your new secured appearance bond of $500 in your new case and a secured appearance bond of $250 in your probation case.
okay.
Okay, go ahead,
Thank you.
step to the left. All right, Francisco Gutierrez Tovar, please, and then Justin Griffith, sorry.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Francisco Gutierrez Tovar,
And Mr. Tovar, what is your date of birth?
03/07/1999.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your matter, CR 2021-140868. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because if you were eligible to have an attorney appointed for you, one should already have been appointed. You may always, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 26th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In that matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. Justin Griffith, please. All right, Mr. Griffith, go ahead, say your name for the record.
Justin Griffith,
And Mr. Griffith, what is your date of birth?
8/19/1981.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in CR 2024-131226. In that matter, I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court, and I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to the left. Crystal Weaver, please. Good morning, ma'am. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Crystal Marie Weaver, 1587.
Thank you. And you are here on two matters. You are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal damage, a Class 2 misdemeanor. In that matter, because I am going to set a placeholder bond, I am appointing you an attorney for purposes of the bond, and I'm setting a hearing on June 16th at 8:30 in the Santan Justice Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $50. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in CR 2020-111271. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $100. All right, go ahead, step to the left.
Thank you.
Darren Cole, please. All right, Mr. Cole, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Darion Cole.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I mispronounced your first name. I apologize. All right, Mr. Cole, what's your date of birth?
June 23rd, 91.
All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated DUI, DUI while your license was suspended or revoked, a Class 4 felony, driving with a suspended or revoked license, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and DUI and misdemeanor DUI. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. Yes?
Well, I wasn't even operating the vehicle. I literally was sitting there. The car wasn't moving. I was sitting there in AC, and just because it was in the ignition, they're trying to trump up charges on me. I just don't understand.
Okay. I understand, and I am appointing you an attorney, and you can certainly share that with your attorney based upon the information in the Form 4. I am finding probable cause for your violations. I am setting two hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new case, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you may not drive a motor vehicle. Okay, there's other release conditions, but I wanted to call that one out. All right, so you are also here because the North Mesa Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. Hold on, let me put that up. And this is a post-adjudication matter for failure to pay a fine for driving with a suspended or revoked license. These are charges stemming out of an event that happened on July 29th of 2013. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney for purpose because I am setting a placeholder bond in the amount of $50. I'm setting a hearing on June 18th at 1 p.m. in the June 18th at 1 p.m. in the North Mesa Justice Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $50 as a placeholder bond so you can get credit for time in custody. Okay? Go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I kind of all have to pass. What was the first bond set in place?
$750.
Is that cash only?
No, it's a secured appearance bond.
Okay.
Okay, so you can work with the bond company to post that.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step left. All right, Happy Blackburn, please, and then William Zulke. All right, Mr. Blackburn, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Happy Blackburn.
And Ms. Blackburn, what is your date of birth?
4/16/79.
Thank you. And you are here today because Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your matter CR 2025-113020. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because if you were eligible to have an attorney appointed for you, one should already have been appointed. You may always, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Pursuant to that failure to appear arrest warrant, I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in the amount of $50. Okay, go ahead, step to the left. I'm sorry, what is your height? Yeah? Okay, William Zulke, please, and then David Bread.
I'm William Porter.
I have your phone up. Zulke. Are you looking?
And you are here because the Globe Regional Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest. This is a post-adjudication matter involving a DUI on July 29th of 2012. In that matter, because this is a post-adjudication matter, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. You may always, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am sitting a hearing on June 19th at 8:30 in the Globe Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. You need to go to that hearing. If you don't go to that hearing, another arrest warrant may issue, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right, did we get Mr. Zulke yet?
She's going to get him. I have Mr. Porter here.
Okay, Mr. Porter, please.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
William Thomas Porter, 10/9/59.
Thank you. And Mr. Porter, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for both of those. Based upon the information you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent, so I am not appointing you an attorney today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on June 3rd at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. However, you are subject to certain release conditions, including that you may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim. You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim or go to the alleged victim's residence, even if you are an owner or renter of the residence. Okay? You can arrange for one civil standby with your local police department to collect any essential belongings.
Thank you.
Go ahead, step to the left. Do we have, all right.
My name is William Zulke, June 11th, 1987.
Thank you. And you are here today because the, hold on, Agua Fria Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to pay in your matter going back to August 12th, 2022. I'm sorry, a DUI on or about, or DUI charges on or about August 12th of 2022. In that matter, because this is a post-adjudication warrant, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 7th at 10:30 a.m. in the Agua Fria Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Officers have your paperwork for you that gives you the date, time, and location of that hearing, all right? You need to go to that hearing. You said you would. And also, because if you don't, another arrest warrant may issue, okay?
I understand.
All right, go ahead, step to the left. All right, and I think that is everybody? Everybody but the house call. All right, we have one house call today. Mr. Derek Russ. Mr. Russ is not able to be with us in court today because officers report that he is combative. Mr. Russ's date of birth is May 29th, 1978. Mr. Russ was arrested yesterday on charges of unlawful imprisonment, a Class 6 felony, assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and disorderly conduct, fighting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing Mr. Russ an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in his case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the second one on June 25th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in Mr. Russ's case in the amount of $5,000. In the event that Mr. Russ is able to get that bond paid and secure his release, he would be subject to certain other release conditions, including electronic monitoring. If anything happens or changes after I talk to Mr. Russ, then I will update my written order. And with that, we are going to stand adjourned on the 8 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we will reconvene at 11 a.m.
Ms. Fiddler.
Y por ese motivo le digo que no existe lo fundamentado para justificar esa acusación de tenencia de droga.
As to the counterfeit mark charge, I've looked up the statute. I encourage the court to do it as well. It was my first time reading it.
Lo que dice es, en cuanto a la acusación de tenencia de moneda falsificada, yo acabo de leer la pauta estatal por primera vez. Le animo, señora juez, que usted también lo lea también. Go ahead.
The counterfeit mark charge contemplates possession of a counterfeit mark is a misdemeanor. So even if this charge were to be sustained, I think it's a misdemeanor, not a felony, because he wasn't using these things. But I do think that there's a question that a counterfeit bill qualifies as a counterfeit mark, which under the definitions in that statute contemplates something that is copyrighted. And I don't believe that money is copyrighted based on a quick Google search, to be perfectly honest. I think that the more appropriate charge for counterfeit money is in the forgery statute, but that requires actual use, not just possession. So,
lo que dice la juez, la abogada defensora, es que al contemplar, al ver esta acusación en la definición legal, es que se contempla uso de moneda falsificada, no simplemente posesión. Y en todo caso resultaría en acusación por delito menor. Y lo que dice también es que sería la acusación formal realmente de tenencia de propiedad intelectual. Y eso sería para posesión y no uso. En todo caso, sería delito menor y no mayor. Correct?
So best case scenario, this is a misdemeanor. But I think that the charge doesn't apply whatsoever, and there's no probable cause to support it.
Y lo que dice ella es que en la mejor de las probabilidades sería acusación por delito menor y no se justificaría un delito grave. Y falta el motivo fundamentado.
All right, thank you. Mr. Poston.
Your Honor, first off, as the court is aware, there is no NIC test for fentanyl because of the absolute danger that this insidious drug poses to the officers. That has never been required, nor is it the standard. Therefore, that charge should stand.
No se ve la prueba de NIC para fentanilo por el delito que posa a los agentes del orden público al tratar de analizarlo. Nunca se ha requerido, nunca se ha obligado tal prueba. Go ahead.
And as far as the term mark, 44-1453 says, go ahead, translator.
Y en cuanto a la acusación de tenencia de un marco falsificado, la pauta estatal 44-145, go ahead.
Any person who possesses any item that bears a counterfeit mark or any service that is identified for a counterfeit mark is guilty, etc., etc. And that's for the misdemeanor.
En la posesión de un marco o una marca falsificada es culpable de la tenencia de moneda falsificada. Go ahead.
Now, person who possesses can be seen at, the charge as currently, forgive me, counsel, the screen just crashed. Are we looking at a misto or a felony mark?
Dice que se acaba de alterar su computadora donde estaba leyendo el cargo, pero lo que pregunta es que si está registrando esta acusación como delito grave o delito menor de posesión de una moneda falsificada. Go ahead.
Your Honor, are we looking at a felony or a misto count on the mark?
The interim complaint had charged it as a felony.
Él pregunta que si se registra la acusación como delito mayor o delito menor, y la juez dice que la querella inicial lo registra como delito grave, mayor.
Person who produces with intent, we're looking at As far as the marks go, the state would identify 4 different marks on any U.S. banknote that can be considered a copyrighted, for lack of a better term.
Para la acusación de posesión de correspondencia o de moneda falsificada, se ven 4 marcas distintas en el billete norteamericano para identificarse como propiedad falsificada. Esperen.
On the front, we have the Federal Reserve District seal.
Ahora, enfrente del billete se ve el sello oficial de la Reserva Federal.
We also have the U.S. Treasury seal.
Y también tenemos la estampa y el sello de Hacienda Federal.
And on the back of any bill, we have the Great Seal of the United States of America. All those are copyrighted to the U.S. government.
Se ve el sello principal de los Estados Unidos de América. Todos son propiedad intelectual, protegidos.
So the state would submit there is probable cause for having those items that have a mark.
Entonces, lo que le decimos nosotros es que sí existen motivos fundamentados para hacer los cargos de delito grave de tener posesión de marcas falsificadas en la moneda falsificada.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Ahora la jueza. Gracias.
All right, I do find probable cause for the possession of narcotic drugs. Narco testing is not required at this stage. I think there's sufficient evidence based on the interim information, the training experience of the officers to identify the blue M30 pills.
Ahora, lo que digo yo es que sí existen motivos fundamentados para acusarse de tenencia de droga narcótica, que no se requiere el análisis usando el dispositivo Narco Pouch, porque existe lo suficiente para proceder y no se requiere formalmente tal ensayo para detección del contrabando.
However, I do agree that there's no probable cause for the counterfeit mark statute.
Aunque sí estoy de acuerdo que no existe lo suficiente para proceder con la acusación formal de tenencia de moneda falsificada por las marcas falsificadas.
This is based on the definition of mark under 1441.
Ahora, bajo la definición de la palabra marcas, de la pauta estatal de 44.1441,
As well as other related definitions of service mark and trademark in the same statute.
Tanto como otras definiciones de marcas de servicio y marcas relacionadas en la misma pauta estatal o federal.
All right. The court will proceed with probable cause on the narcotics drugs charge.
Vamos a proceder con los motivos fundamentados por la posesión de droga narcótica.
The state's written recommendation was $1,000 bond. Mr. Poston, would the state like to be heard further?
Lo que recomendó la fiscalía era una fianza de $1,000. ¿Quiere comentarme algo más el fiscal?
No, Your Honor.
Dice que no.
Right, Ms. Daubert?
Your Honor, this is a personal drug possession charge. He's steps eligible. Despite the fact that he has an ICE hold, I'd ask that you consider releasing him to pretrial services so that he could potentially avail himself of diversion.
Señora juez, esta es una acusación de uso personal de droga y calificaría para el programa de sentencia alternativa STEPS, y a pesar de existir una orden de detención del Departamento de Migración, quisiera que le dejara salir bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services, para ver si califica potencialmente para el programa de sentencia alternativa.
Mr. Poston, just to clarify, without the marks charge, would this be steps eligible?
Señor
theory,
Poston,
yes.
Si no procedemos con la acusación de moneda falsificada, ¿calificaría él para el programa alternativo STEPS? Go ahead, Mr. Poston.
One moment.
Un momento, dice él.
He's got an ICE hold, Your Honor, so it may be steps eligible, but the moment he's released out of custody, the ICE hold is going to come down. He's going to be taken into federal custody. So,
dice, y existe una orden de detención de parte el de migración. Así es que si logra salir de la cárcel, pasaría a la custodia federal.
So it can be screened, although I think functionally it's somewhat futile.
Dice, podría ser evaluado para participar, pero en lo práctico parecía cosa inútil sin resultado por ser detenido por migración.
All right, thank you. Mr. Escalante Isla,
Gracias.
the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug treatment program. Would you be interested?
Señor Escalante Islava, lo que dice el fiscal es que podría usted posiblemente calificar para tomar parte en un programa de sentencia alternativa de droga. ¿Le interesaría tal programa a usted?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, so I will set you, the program is called STEPS. I will set you a STEPS hearing for next Monday, June 23rd at 9 a.m.
Bueno, el programa se denomina STEPS. Voy a programar una audiencia para participar o calificar para participar el próximo lunes 23 de junio a las 9 de la mañana.
So you'll find out next week if you qualify for the program.
Así es que la semana entrante sabrá usted si puede calificar para tomar parte en tal programa.
If you qualify and you participate, complete it successfully, they dismiss the felony charge.
Ahora, si usted califica y toma parte en el programa y lo cumple con éxito, resultará en la desestimación de los cargos de delitos graves.
If you do not qualify, then the state will proceed with the charges.
Si no califica, entonces procederá con el caso formal la fiscalía.
All right.
Bueno,
Sir, I am going to impose a bond due to the hold. It's going to be $100, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted.
ahora, en vista de la orden de detención, voy a imponerle una fianza de $100. Si deposita la fianza y logra salir, pasará a la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
If the hold is lifted and you post bond of your release, conditions of your release include no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, any monitoring as directed by pretrial.
Ahora, si logra depositar la fianza y se quita la orden de detención y logra salir, pasará a la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio con las condiciones que se imponen de no consumir droga ilícita, no consumir licor y no tener armas de fuego, y monitoreo y participación en los programas que le recomienden ellos.
The preliminary hearing after the STEPS hearing is June 26 at 1:30 p.m.
Ahora, la próxima audiencia por el programa de STEPS y la audiencia preliminar se pacta para el 26 de junio a la 1:30 por la tarde.
If you fail to appear for court, sir, whether it's those two dates or future dates, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Ahora, si no se presenta a las audiencias, señor, ya o las del futuro, se ordena su detención.
Do you understand all that, sir?
¿Entiende todo lo que digo, señor?
Yes. Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes. And Your Honor, the interpreter may inquire, does Ms. Daubert need to waive that preliminary hearing date for the 26th and set one in July like the other person?
No.
No, thank you.
All right, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
Es todo por hoy, señor. Puede retirarse. Gracias.
Was the other thing? Yeah. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Buenos días, señor. Dígame su nombre completo, por favor.
Miguel Ángel Peña Gutiérrez.
Miguel Ángel Peña Gutiérrez.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. This is the time set for your initial appearance.
Buenos días, señor Gutiérrez. Perdóneme, señor Peña Gutiérrez. Esta es la audiencia pactada para su comparecencia inicial.
I'm seeing you today on a JP warrant for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and disorderly conduct with a weapon, which are felonies.
Lo estoy viendo esta mañana por una orden de detención del juzgado de paz por acusación de agresión con agravantes y agresión con arma. Es delito grave los dos.
And it looks like you do have a hold out of the Bureau of Immigration and Custom Enforcement.
Parece que también existe una orden de detención en contra suya por el Departamento de Inmigración y Administración de Aduanas, ICE.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene usted el derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Tiene usted derecho a representación legal. Voy a designar a la oficina del defensor público del condado Pima para que lo defiendan.
And you have an attorney seated next to you for today.
Esta mañana tenemos a su lado una abogada defensora.
I'll be setting some release conditions for you.
Voy a ponerle ciertas condiciones de libertad provisional.
I've reviewed the pretrial services report.
Ya he revisado el informe de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio.
There is no interim complaint because it's a JP warrant.
Y no existe ninguna querella inicial por ser orden de detención del juzgado de paz.
State's written recommendation is a $50,000 bond, which is the amount on the warrant.
La Fiscalía recomienda fianza de $50,000 de dinero efectivo y es la cantidad que se ve en la orden de arresto.
Mr. Poston, does the state have any information on whether the weapon was actually, or if anyone was injured in this matter?
One moment, Your Honor.
Información inicial que si de hecho hubo heridos con el uso del arma.
One moment.
Espere.
Judge, did the court receive a copy of the one moment.
And Your Honor, may the interpreter certify for the client that the second charge is disorderly conduct with the use of a weapon. I may have omitted the part of the disorderly conduct.
Okay.
Señor Peña Gutiérrez, la segunda acusación en contra suya es alteración del orden público con uso de arma. Ese fue el segundo elemento de la acusación que tiene en contra suya. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, as far as the use of the weapon, it looks to be it was brandished, drawn, and pointed at the victim, causing him fear for his life.
Lo que dice el señor Poston es que el uso del arma fue el hecho de blandear el arma en contra de la víctima que le causó temor por su vida, no que se haya disparado.
All right, no injuries. It was not fired.
It does not appear so.
Sin lesiones, parece que no.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the state, Mr. Poston?
No, Judge.
Algo más de fiscalía que no dice.
All right, Ms. Dalbert.
Ahora,
Your
señor
Honor.
Dalbert.
Mr. Gutierrez has never before been arrested on this matter. He doesn't have any criminal history since 2002. I'd ask that
Lo
you
que dice la abogada
consider,
defensora es que el señor Gutiérrez no tiene antecedentes penales de cualquier tipo y nunca tuvo contacto con agencias del orden público desde el 2002.
despite the ICE hold, I
Nunca
ask
fue
that you,
arrestado. Go ahead.
despite the ICE hold, I'd ask that you consider releasing him to the supervision of pretrial services. If you're unwilling to do that, I think a bond closer to $2,500 is appropriate here.
Lo que dice es que pensamos que por la falta de las circunstancias y que no hubo heridos, que pedimos que se le permita salir bajo la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, y de no ser así, que se le rebaje la fianza a una cantidad de como 2,500 en lugar de lo que se impuso.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Due to the alleged use of a weapon, I do think a bond is appropriate in this case.
Por el uso del arma en esta causa, pienso que una fianza sí es procedente.
Impose a bond of $25,000, cash or secured, release to pretrial if posted.
Lo que ordeno es que se pacte una fianza de $2,500 y que se... Did you say 25,000, Your Honor, or 2,500?
25,000.
$25,000 de fianza en dinero efectivo o garantizado por propiedad. Si logra depositar la fianza, pasará a la supervisión provisional de la Agencia de Servicios Previos a Juicio, Pretrial Services.
If you post that bond, sir, or if you're released, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons whatsoever, any monitoring directed by pretrial.
Ahora, señor, si logra salir bajo fianza, pasará a la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios Previos a Juicio y las condiciones es que se prohíbe consumo de licor, de droga ilícita o posesión de armas de fuego.
No contact with the alleged
Creo
victim. Sorry.
de no tener contacto con la víctima que se alega.
All right, so your next court date is a preliminary hearing on June 26th at 1:30 p.m.
La próxima audiencia en su caso, señor, se pacta para el día 26 de junio a la 1:30 por la tarde.
That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, the public defender.
Esta audiencia podrá o no llevarse a cabo, así es que manténgase en contacto con su abogado defensor de la Oficina del Defensor Público.
If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Si no se presenta a esa audiencia o cualquier otra en el futuro, puede ordenarse su detención.
You understand all that, Mr. Gutierrez?
¿Entiende todo esto, señor Gutierrez? Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Excuse for today.
Eso es todo por hoy.
Van a visitarte entre una semana. Pido. Un abogado va a visitarte y usted puede platicar con ellos.
Hi, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Jesús Lucatero
Señor,
Urbina.
completo, por favor. Su nombre completo.
Jesús Lucatero Urbina.
Jesús Lucatero Urbina.
Thank you, sir. This is the time set for your initial appearance.
Gracias, señor. Esta audiencia está pactada para su comparecencia inicial.
I'm seeing you today on some new charges of aggravated driving under the influence and criminal damage, which are felonies.
Esta mañana lo estoy viendo por acusaciones nuevas de conductor bajo influencia y de provocar daños a propiedad ajena. Son delitos graves.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene usted derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá y será usada en contra suya.
You have the right to hire your own attorney.
Tiene derecho a contratar su propio licenciado.
I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Voy a designar a la oficina de abogados de oficio del defensor público del condado Pima.
And you have an attorney seated next to you for today.
Y esta mañana tenemos a una licenciada sentada a su lado el día de hoy para esta audiencia.
I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Lucatero Urbina.
Señor Lucatero Urbina, voy a ponerle condiciones de libertad provisional esta mañana.
I've reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint.
Ya he revisado el informe de la Agencia de Servicios Previos a Juicio, Pretrial Services y la querella inicial.
The state's written recommendation is a $1,500 bond.
La recomendación escrita de la Fiscalía es fianza de $1,500.
Mr. Poston, would the state like to be heard further?
Señor
No, Your
Poston,
Honor.
¿algo más que me quiera? Dice que no.
All right, Ms. Daubert, and also if you could please address the housing, the address on pretrial shows California.
Ahora, señorita Douglas, si por favor me comenta de la situación de vivienda del señor, porque se ve una dirección en California en el informe de los servicios previos al juicio.
Your Honor, Mr. Lucatero Urbina tells me that he has a sister here in town and he's able to stay with her.
Lo que me comunica el señor Lucatero Urbina es que tiene una hermana que vive aquí en el pueblo y podría estar con ella pendiente el caso.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Ms. Daubert?
I'd like you to
¿Algo
note
más?
that this is Mr. Lucatero Urbina does not appear to have any prior criminal history, nor any prior misdemeanor DUI history. There was no injury involved here. I'd ask that you consider releasing him to pretrial services.
Lo que dice es que el señor Lucatero Urbina no tiene antecedentes penales, ni graves ni menores, y que no hubo ninguna lesión en este incidente, y por eso pedimos que le permita salir a ser supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio.
Thank you.
Gracias.
All right, sir, I'm going to release you to pretrial services.
Señor, sí voy a permitir que salga para ser supervisado por la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio, Pretrial Services.
You have to keep in contact with them as frequently as they ask you to.
Usted debe mantenerse en contacto y comunicación con ellos tanto como le pidan.
Other conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol, and no weapons.
Otras condiciones es de no conducir sin tener licencia vigente para conducir y no consumir licor, droga ilícita, ni tener armas de fuego en su posesión.
Do not return to the incident location, and you must not leave Pima County without further order of the court.
No debe regresar al sitio del incidente ni retirarse del condado Pima sin previo permiso por el juzgado.
Your next court date will be July 7th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing.
La próxima audiencia en su caso se pacta para el 7 de julio a la 1:30 de la tarde para una audiencia preliminar.
That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, the public defender.
Esta audiencia podría llevarse a cabo o no, así es que es importante que se mantenga en comunicación con su licenciado que se le designe de la oficina del defensor público del condado.
If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest.
Si no se presenta cuando debe hacerlo, puede ordenarse su detención.
Do you understand all that, sir?
Sí. ¿Entiende todo eso? Yes. Sí.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lucatero
Yes.
Urbina. Your excuse for today, sir.
Señor Lucatero, gracias. Puede retirarse, señor Lucatero Urbina.
Mr. Davis, I think that was all the Spanish speakers.
Yes, Your Honor. I was about to ask, may I be excused?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Damian Anthony Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. This is the time set for your review hearing. I'm seeing you for the Pinal County Superior Court warrant on the ag assault. Looks like you have a adult probation case still pending in Pima County. Status conference on July 2nd. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so this is just tagging along until your local charges are resolved. So we'll reset the review hearing to July just to see what the status is of your local charges. All right, your excuse for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, can I get your full name, please?
Brady Michael Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Reihart. This is the time set for your review hearing. I'm seeing you from your out-of-county warrant from Sierra Vista Justice Court for human smuggling. Looks like your local charges from, you have a case management conference coming up July 10th. Does that sound about right?
I thought it was the 9th. It might be the 10th. I don't know. The paperwork I had said the 9th.
Okay. So this is just following along until it's like a placeholder until all your local charges are resolved. So we're going to reset this matter to July 16th to see what's going on with your local charges.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Your excuse for today.
Thank you. Those two guys. The house ones?
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Jay Hanson, Jayhanson.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. And middle name, Derek?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hanson, this is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Green Valley Justice Court for a domestic violence assault misdemeanor. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So, sir, do you have some housing that is not with Miss Elizabeth Wallace?
Yes,
Okay, where would you go?
with my parents.
Are they local?
They're in they're in Phoenix.
But they're in Phoenix. Okay.
I have other options too.
All right, so I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. That just means you don't have to check in with anyone other than show up for court. Your conditions of release include do not commit any acts of domestic violence. At this time, no contact with Elizabeth Wallace. Don't go to her residence or her work. You can return I don't know if you had a shared residence before, but if you have any personal belongings at her residence, you can go back with law enforcement escort to pick up your things. Your next court date will be June 19th at 8:30 a.m. When you get released from jail today, you'll get an address and the date and all that for Green Valley Justice Court and also a phone number. Because if you can't make it for some reason, you call them and let them know. If you don't and you don't show up, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Hanson?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Thanks, sit down for the
No. Down in the pit. Your full name, please.
Maya Harris.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Pima County Justice Court for a criminal trespass misdemeanor, new charge. Also seeing you out of Tucson City Court for a number of failures to appear, multiple counts of criminal trespass, drug paraphernalia, theft, assault, additional counts of theft, assault, drug paraphernalia. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. On your justice court case, ma'am, I am going to appoint Gary Grankowicz to represent you. On your Tucson City court cases, I'll appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's offices. So you'll have attorneys on both your matters, ma'am. On your justice court case, I will impose a bond. It's going to be $100, cash or secured. If you do post the bond or if you're released, ma'am, conditions include do not return to the incident location, which is going to be the Circle K on 4685 East Valencia. Your next court date's actually tomorrow, June 17th at 1 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video. Mr. Grankwich, your attorney, will be there. And then on your Tucson City court case matters, ma'am, because of the number of failures to appear and the warrants that were issued on those matters, I will impose a bond of $750. It will be cash or secured. If you do post it or if you're released, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with any of the alleged victims, don't return to any of the incident locations for any of those. Your next court date will be June 24th at 1:45 p.m. That's next week with Judge Hale. As you can see, ma'am, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused for today.
So figuring out. Next.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I get your full, or good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Julie Dwayne Tollison.
Thank you, Mr. Tollison. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today for a failure to appear out of Saurita Municipal Court for a drug paraphernalia charge. Looks like the offense, and as well as a shoplifting. Looks like the offense date was back in 2021, and you failed to appear in 2023. So the warrant's been out for quite some time. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint Stan Fitzgerald to represent you in this case. I also see that you have a hold from adult probation out of Superior Court. I'm not seeing you on that, sir. You'll see a different judge for the probation hold. I'm just seeing a Sarita case today. All right. Because of the failure to appear, I am going to impose a bond, sir, of $100 on the Sarita case. It'll be $100, cash or secured. If you do post that, sir, conditions of your release include no drugs, no alcohol, do not go to the incident location of the alleged shoplifting. All right, next court date is actually tomorrow, June 17th at 3 p.m. Assuming you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video. The attorney, Mr. Fitzgerald, should be there. As you can see, when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Tollison?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. You're excused for today. Morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Evelyn Adams.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for some misdemeanor charges of domestic violence assault, domestic violence criminal damage, and domestic violence disorderly conduct. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. All right, so ma'am, today I am going to release you on your own promise to appear. That just means you're not going to need to check in with anyone other than making sure you show up to court. Do not commit any acts of domestic violence. You're free to return home. Kenneth is fine with you returning home and fine to have continued contact with you. Your next court date will be July 22nd at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court downtown. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that July 22nd date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest to show up to court. Make sure you get this taken care of. You understand all that, Ms. Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Celedonio Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for some failures to appear, criminal trespass, drug paraphernalia, shoplifting, another drug paraphernalia. Looks like you also have a hold from Pima County adult probation. I'm not seeing you on that today. You'll see a different judge. I'm just seeing you for Tucson City Court stuff today. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. All right, due to the failure to appear, sir, I am going to impose a bond on your Tucson City Court cases. It'll be $200, cash or secured. If you do post it, sir, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not return to the incident location. Next court date's next week, June 24th at 1:45 p.m. As you can see, sir, if when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Alvarez?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Yes, Thomas Lewis Bacay III.
One more time, your last name?
Thomas Lewis Bacay III. It's B-A-Q-U-E. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bacay. This is the time
Thank
set
you.
for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new misdemeanor charge of domestic violence and disorderly conduct out of Tucson City Court. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so sir, if I release you today, do you have somewhere you can go that is not with Miss Ellis?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna try to collect my property and probably go back to my family's house. You know, I'd probably have to. We just moved out here from California like 2 months ago, so I'd have to go take my stuff out there. And if I have another court date appointed, I'd come back to that court date, or I'd have to stay locally and just sleep in my car with my dogs or so. I'd figure it out. I do have somewhere I can go. I can go with a coworker or back to family's home. You know.
Okay, you're working here though?
Yeah, I haven't. Me and her moved out here we had new jobs and a new life and everything. You know.
Okay.
And there's evidence showing otherwise of what I'm accused of. I have plenty of evidence, video evidence.
All right, sir. So I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. That just means you don't have to check in with anyone other than showing up to court. Conditions include do not commit any acts of domestic violence. At this time, no contact with Miss Laura Ellis. You can return one time with police escort to get your personal belongings out of that residence, but otherwise, no contact with her. And you have to establish a separate residence from her. All right, next court date will be. Go ahead.
The property lease of the property.
What am I gonna do? Because if she doesn't pay those bills, my name's still on that. So how could we go
Well,
about
you can contact the landlord about that, about taking your name off. You're not going to be staying there anymore. All right.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, your next court date is July 22nd at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court downtown. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information, date, time, address, etc., phone number. For some reason, if you can't make that date, you call them and you let them know. I don't know if they allow for video appearances, but you can check in about that. If you don't show up for that date, if you don't call them, let them know or anything, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence and not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest to show up to court. Make sure you get this taken care of.
You know, I've been in years. You know, it's been a long time. It's been 6 years since my last. Yeah.
All right. You understand all that, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You're going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice night, all right?
Yeah. Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
First name is Kenneth, last name is Cashin.
Thank you, Mr. Cashin. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for some new misdemeanor charges of domestic violence, criminal damage, and domestic violence disorderly conduct. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. So today, sir, I'm going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. That just means you don't have to check in with anyone other than making sure you show up to court. You may return to your residence. You may have continued contact with your wife. All right. The only condition of release is do not commit any further acts of domestic violence. Your next court date is July 22nd at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information. There'll be a phone number on there as well. For some reason, if you can't make it, you call them, you let them know to reschedule. If you don't call them, if you don't show up, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence and unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. You're excused for today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
It's Christopher Efa.
Thank you, Mr. Efa. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for some new misdemeanor charges of assault, domestic violence, and disorderly conduct, domestic violence. I believe your father is the listed victim. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. And I believe I have Mr. Koken. Is it Conrad Efa?
Yeah, it's Conrad.
All right, thank you, sir. Did you want to tell me anything?
I'm just waiting to hear the outcome of what can happen with it.
Okay. Do you want further contact with your son at this time?
I have no problem having contact with him. I think he was under the influence of something and acted out of whatever. So, no, I have no problem talking to him.
Okay. Was he residing with you previously, sir?
Yes, he was. Basically, he's been coming and going.
All right. Would you like him to return home or would you like him to find a separate residence?
He actually has nowhere to go, so he's welcome to come here. But like I said, I don't know.
Anything else you want me to know, Mr. Conrad?
No, I'm good.
Hold on one moment. All right, sir.
Okay.
Sure what your father had to say? All right, I am going to release you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your dad is okay with you having further contact with him. However, the alleged victim on your other case that's pending, Levi Allen, still no contact with her. It's sort of consolidating this case with the other one, CM250111957. That just means you have one court date to keep in track of, okay? Everything is just consolidating to one. All right. So we're going to keep your old court date, which currently is next week, June 23rd at 2 p.m. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with the information. So make sure you show up to court. Otherwise, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial also can go in your absence. And if you're convicted at a trial in your absence and unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you can lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest to show up to court and get this taken care of. Understand all that, Mr. Ifa?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf for the new charges.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Cassandra Marie Gillum.
Sorry, one more time.
Oh, Larry.
Larry, thank
Cassandra
you.
Marie. Yeah, sorry. I forgot you guys got my maiden.
All right. Ms. Lowry, this is the time set for initial appearance. I'm seeing you out of Tucson City Court for a number of failures to appear. Looks like assault, domestic violence, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, multiple counts, criminal trespass, disorderly conduct from trespass, drug paraphernalia. So these are all old charges. There's failures to appear, no new charges. It's out of Tucson City Court. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you. Because of the number of failures to appear, looks like some of these are quite old from 2022. I am going to impose a bond, ma'am. It's going to be $500, cash or secured, released. If you do postage for your released, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not commit acts of domestic violence, no contact with any alleged victims, do not return to incident location. Next court date will be next week, June 25th at 1:45 p.m. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video, and the attorney, the Tucson Public Defender, will be there. As you can see, ma'am, when you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Did you have a question?
Yeah, ma'am, those charges, I've already got the paperwork, all these charges, because it was only 2 misdemeanors. One was for my husband and one was for Thelma, and they were from several years ago. They were dismissed already. Like they were dismissed when I was arrested or something. But they were dismissed like a while ago. I got the
Well, I
paperwork.
see 14 separate charges, ma'am, so you can explain that to the judge when you see them next
How
week.
many?
14.
How many?
14.
Well, how was there 14? It was only 2 incidents. If you look like they refound the same
Well, I don't know.
charges.
Sometimes there's multiple charges for one incident, but there's 14 charges. I don't know how many incidents. All right, but it looks like you have multiple files here. Okay, so you'll have an attorney. You can explain that to the judge next week. All right, thank you. Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Jacob Reams.
Thank you, Mr. Reams. This is the time set for initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for 3 counts of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, assault, another assault. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. All right, so sir, I will be releasing you on your own promise to appear for your next court date. Conditions include do not commit any acts of domestic violence. You may have continued contact with Kyrie Kandersky, your wife, if you choose. That's up to you. You can return to the shared residence if you choose. It looks like she will not be staying there. Okay. All right, your next court date, sir, will be July 22nd at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court. When you get released from jail today, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you get convicted at a trial in your absence and unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest to show up to court and get this taken care of. You understand all that, Mr. Reams?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. Your excuse for today.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You.
Get very complicated. Oh, over here.
Good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Anya Thomas.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court for some new misdemeanor charges. Assault, domestic violence, criminal damage, disorderly conduct, domestic violence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one, one may be appointed for you. And ma'am, if I release you today, is there somewhere you can go that is not with Anastasia?
Correct, at my house.
She does not live with you?
She does not live with me. She's off the lease, not on my lease.
All right. I'm going to release you today on your own promise to appear for your next court date. That just means you don't have to check in with anyone other than showing up for court. Conditions of your release include do not commit any acts of domestic violence. At this time, no contact with Miss Anastasia. Your next court date will be July 17th at 9:30 a.m. at the Tucson City Court. When you get released from jail today, ma'am, you'll get a sheet of paper with all the information. There'll be a phone number on there as well. So if you can't make it for some reason, you call them and let them know. If you fail to appear for court and you don't call them in advance, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. So it's in your best interest to show up to court, ma'am, to get this taken care of.
Thank you very much.
You understand all that, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. Your excuse for today, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And I'm allowed to go now, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Yes, Rob.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today out of Tucson City Court from some new misdemeanor charges for disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, public sexual indecency, and indecent exposure. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir. Also looks like you are already pending another case out of Tucson City Court, so I'm going to consolidate those two. That just means you have one court date to keep track of. Also ordered vacating the July 8th court date. Again, one court date to keep track of. Because you are pending another case and you got arrested on some new charges, sir, I'm going to impose a bond of $100 in this matter. It will be cash or secured. If you post that bond or if you're released, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, do not return to the incident location off of Star Pass. Next court date will be next week, June 25th at 1:45 p.m. You'll see Judge Blue. You'll have your attorney will be there as well. If you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but not able to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, Mr. Fry? I got to hear it out loud. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
I'm going to enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. You'll see a judge next week. Thank you. Your excuse, sir.
No.
Morning, can I get your full name, please? Thank you, Ms. Acosta. This is the time set for initial appearance. I'm seeing you today for some new felony charges of burglary in the second degree and domestic violence, aggravated assault by entering a residence. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the office of legal advocate to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Ms. Acosta. I've reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $7,500 bond. Mr. Patterson, would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, on this case, state would note that this state would submit on the written recommendations and the written narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
So, Your Honor, Ms. Acosta, I'm looking at the state's written recommendations, which indicate a significant criminal record, but my review of the pretrial services report indicates no criminal history whatsoever. She does have family support. She has verified housing separate and apart from the victims. She's employed full time. I understand that these are serious charges, but given her total lack of criminal history and her available housing, I'd ask the court to release her to the supervision of pretrial services.
All right, thank you. Ms. Daubert, if you can ask Ms. Acosta regarding if they have a family court case pending regarding the child.
Your Honor, there are no visitation or custody orders in place. Ms. Acosta indicates that she knows that that's something that she needs to take care of. And that the court's inquiring in order to address release conditions. We would ask to maybe have some sort of supervised visitation in place with the child. She is concerned about the child.
Okay. Ms. Acosta, I am going to release you to pretrial services. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no acts of domestic violence, no weapons. Any monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial. You have to keep in contact with them as frequently as they ask you to. No contact with Mr. Brian Mills unless it's about parenting, about the shared child or children if you have multiple. Again, no contact with him to his residence or his work unless it's about drop-off, pick-up of any children. Any communication regarding parenting or the shared children should not include any threats or intimidation. No unsupervised contact with the minor child, I believe is alleged victim in the case. All right, next, and I don't know if DCS is involved, but if DCS is involved, any terms prescribed by DCS. All right, your next court date, ma'am, will be a preliminary hearing on July 7th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, Office of Legal Advocate. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Ms. Acosta?
I understand.
Thank you. You're excused for today. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Jeffrey Bleakmore.
Middle name, Wayne.
Wayne.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bleakmore, or Mr. Bleakmore. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony charges of possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney and appoint the Office of Legal Advocate to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. State's written recommendation is screened for steps released to pretrial. Is that correct, Mr. Poston?
It is.
Thank you. Ms. Daubert?
Nothing to add.
Mr. Bleakmore, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug treatment program. It's called STEPS. Would you be interested?
Ma'am.
Okay. I will set you a STEPS hearing. Again, that program is called STEPS for next Monday, June 23rd at 9 a.m. They do a screening. You'll find out that day if you qualify. If you don't show up, they're not going to consider you. So it's very important that you show up. All right, I will release you to pretrial services, sir. You have to keep in contact with them as frequently as they ask you to. No drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. And Ms. Daubert, waive time for the preliminary hearing date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Preliminary hearing will be July 31st at 1:30 p.m. So that date, sir, is pushed out so that if you do qualify for the program, then you have time to complete it. If you complete it successfully, they dismiss the felony charges. All right. If you fail to appear for court, sir, a warrant can issue for your arrest, so it's important that you show up next week. You understand all that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bleakmore. You're excused for today.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
James Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today for some new felony charges, possession of a weapon by prohibited possessor and unlawful flight from law enforcement. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Harris. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $10,000 bond. Mr. Poston, would the state like to be heard further?
Your Honor, his prior prison time was on probation, and we're looking at lack of community or significant community time. The state submits on the written record otherwise.
All right, thank you. Ms. Daubert?
Your Honor, Mr. Harris, I'm sure that this is a concern based on the pretrial services report. He does have a place to stay. In his girlfriend's mother lives here in town. He also has an aunt in Phoenix.
No. A sister.
A sister.
Oh.
Thank you. No, that was my bad. So I would ask you consider releasing him. According to the pretrial services report, he has one prior felony in his history. If you're unwilling to release him to the supervision of pretrial services, I'd submit an $1,100 bond is appropriate here.
All right, thank you. I'll impose a bond of $2,500 in this case. It will be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if bond is posted. So if you do post that bond or if you're released, conditions include do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons whatsoever. Any monitoring treatment is directed by pretrial services. You must not leave Arizona without further order of the court. Your next court date, Mr. Harris, will be June 26th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's June 26th or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all that, Mr. Harris?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Your excuse for today.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't catch the defense agency.
A public defender's office.
Thank you.
Wait.
Good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Michael Eugene Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing today for some new charges of domestic violence assault, disorderly conduct, preventing the use of a telephone in an emergency. And there's also a felony domestic violence or threatening, intimidating. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Name attorney seated next to you for today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir, but before I do, I did have a question about the felony. The only felony charge on here is the domestic violence, threatening, intimidating. And it's under 13-1202 A2. Excuse me, 1202 B1. 1202 B1. I'm not sure that there's probable cause for that charge. Would either party like to be heard further on that?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
So I'm going to be dismissing that charge without prejudice, no PC. Okay. All right, I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Kimball. I've reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $10,000 bond. Did not receive a Form 4. All right. Mr. Poston, anything further from the state?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Daubert?
Your Honor, I understand that these are serious charges. However, the victims have indicated that they would like further contact. Mr. Kimball's welcome to return to their home. He has some history, but the most recent charge is from 1986. So given the distant nature of that criminal history and the victim's position, I'd ask that you release him to pretrial services.
All right. So, Mr. Kimball, I am going to release you to pretrial services. Conditions of that release include no acts of domestic violence, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, any monitoring directed by pretrial. You may have further contact with your wife and I think it's your daughter there. However, you must establish a separate residence for the time being. You can return with law enforcement escort to pick up some personal belongings, but I'm ordering that you must establish separate residence from alleged victims at this time until further order of the court. Next court date will be July 7th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney and the public defender. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Kimball?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. Excuse for today.
I'm good. I'm moving out here now, so that's all good. Thanks.
Morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Carlos Manuel Modesto.
I thank you, Mr. Modesto. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today for some new felony charges for burglary the third degree and possession of burglary tools. Just so you know, it looks like there is a probation violation warrant out of El Paso, Texas for you. I'm not seeing you on that, but just letting you know that that's out there. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And if counsel seated next to you for purpose of today, I'll be setting some release conditions for you, sir. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $5,000 bond. Mr. Poston, would you like to be heard further?
State submits on the written record.
Thank you. Ms. Daubert?
Your Honor, I'd ask that you consider releasing Mr. Modesto to the supervision of pretrial services. I'd further ask that you consider authorizing him to return to El Paso in the release conditions so that he can take care of this warrant for his arrest. And that's where his housing and support is, allowing him to come back to face these charges. He does have a limited criminal history. This is a nonviolent property crime, but that out-of-state support was confirmed by pretrial services.
Thank you. Just one moment, just reviewing the pretrial services report one more time. All right, given the allegations in the interim, I do think that a bond is appropriate. Impose a bond of $5,000. It will be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if bond is posted. Mr. Modesto, if you post that bond or if you're released, conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, no monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial, not return to the incident location, no contact with the business victim. Next court date is June 26th at 1:30 p.m. for a preliminary hearing. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney. If you fail to appear for court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Mr. Modesto?
Sure.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused for today. All right, good morning, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Mariah Elizabeth Redmond.
Thank you, Ms. Redmond. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a post-indictment matter from Pima County Superior Court, CR 2025-2228. The charges for possession of drug paraphernalia. Also seeing you for a failure to appear out of Tucson City Court for driving under the influence and drug paraphernalia. It looks like you're also being held by an adult probation hold as well. I'm not seeing you on the adult probation hold. You'll be seen by Superior Court judge on that later. Just seeing you on the post-indictment drug charges and the failure to appear from City Court. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. For your felony case, I will appoint Douglas Taylor, to represent you. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, ma'am. I've reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaints. The state's written recommendation is a $1,500 bond. Mr. Poston, would the state like to be heard further?
Think further.
Thank you. Ms. Daubert?
Your Honor, given that there is a probation hold, we'd ask for a nominal bond in this drug possession case. She was unaware if a warrant was issued. I'd ask for a $500 bond.
All right, thank you. Mr. Redmond, I will impose a $500 bond on your post-indictment case. It will be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if bond is posted. Conditions of your release include no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons, any monitoring directed by pretrial. Next court date is next Monday, June 23rd at 1:30 p.m. You'll actually see me. If you fail to appear for court, as you can see, a warrant can issue for your arrest. And then on your city court matter, ma'am, looks like you failed to appear a couple dates earlier this year. Charges are from 2024. There was a bond amount on the warrant from city court, so I will impose a bond on this one as well of $250. It'll be cash or secured. Conditions include, do not drive without a valid driver's license, no drugs, no alcohol. I will appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. You'll have an attorney on your city court case too. Your next court date will be June 24th at 1:45 p.m. That's next week as well. As you can see, ma'am, when you fail to appear for court, warrants can issue for your arrest. So it's in your best interest to keep up with your court dates and keep in track with your attorneys. You understand all that? All right, thank you, Ms. Redmond. You're excused for today. All right, good morning, sir. Can I get your full name, please?
Brian David Thompson.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. This is the time set for your initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on some new felony matters of possession of narcotic drugs, possession of dangerous drugs, drug paraphernalia. We also have some Tucson City Court misdemeanor charges for interference with judicial proceedings. There's multiple counts of that, as well as failures to appear out of Tucson City Court for drug paraphernalia. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. In certain instances, if you cannot afford one may be appointed for you. For your felony matters, I will appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. And you have counsel seated next to you for today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Mr. Thompson. I have reviewed the pretrial services report and the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $2,500 bond and screen for steps. Mr. Poston, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor. It's looking at the 6 out of 6 twice over in the NVC, and yes, that said, the charge is what it is.
All right, thank you. Ms. Daubert?
Your Honor, I'd ask that you consider releasing Mr. Thompson to the supervision of pretrial services, given that he does appear to be steps eligible. I'd also like you to note that his most recent felony case is from 2019, and it appears he successfully completed probation. So there is a demonstrated record of an ability to comply.
Thank you. And Ms. Daubert, this court is inclined to impose a bond on the city court case. Would you like a nominal bond on the felony?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Thompson, the state is saying you may be eligible to participate in a drug treatment diversion program for your felony charges. Would you be interested?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Thompson, that drug treatment diversion program is called STEPS. I will set you a STEPS hearing for next Monday, June 23rd at 9 a.m. They do a screening to see if you actually qualify. If you do qualify, you'll be notified next week, and then you can participate in it. If you are qualified, you successfully complete the program, they dismiss the felony charges. If you do not qualify, then they'll pursue they may or may not pursue the felony charges. All right, next court date after that will be a preliminary hearing on June 26th at 1:30 p.m. I will impose a nominal bond of $100. In this case, cash or secured, released to pretrial if posted. Please keep in contact with pretrial services as frequently as they ask you to. If you do post the bond or if you're released, no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. All right, on your Tucson City Court case, because of the failures to appear as well as the nature of the new charges, interference with judicial proceedings, or allegedly violating an active order of protection, I will impose a bond of $500, cash or secured. I'll appoint you the Tucson City Public Defender's Office. You'll have an attorney. If you do post bond on your city court matter, sir, conditions include do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim, don't go to her house or anything like that, any and all terms of the active order of protection. Next court date is going to be next week, June 23rd at 1:30 p.m. at the Tucson City Court. If you post bond and fear release, sir, it's up to you to make sure you get to that court date. If you're still in custody, you'll be seen by video and the attorney will be there. All right. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that June 23rd date or future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Trial can go without you. If you're convicted at a trial in your absence but unable to be sentenced within 90 days due to warrant status, you may lose your right to a direct appeal. Do you understand the consequences of failing to show to court, Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'll enter not guilty pleas on your behalf on the misdemeanors. Your excuse for today, sir. Thank you.
Oh,
Good morning. Can I get your full name, please?
Deborah Ventura.
Thank you, Ms. Ventura. This is the time set for initial appearance. I'm seeing you today on a new felony charge for possession of burglary tools, criminal damage, and burglary in the second degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to hire your own attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you have an attorney seated next to you for purpose of today. I'll be setting some release conditions for you, Ms. Ventura. I've reviewed the pretrial services report, the interim complaint. The state's written recommendation is a $1,000 bond. Mr. Poston, would the state like to be heard further?
nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Staubert?
Your Honor, I'd ask that you consider releasing Ms. Ventura to the supervision of pretrial services. There's some clear mental health issues here. The allegations are that she drilled a hole into the wall between her apartment and her neighbor's apartment, which is where the second degree burglary charges come from. Honestly, it also doesn't even appear that this is drug related because they served a search warrant on her house and there's no indication that they found paraphernalia or drugs of any sort. She has no criminal history whatsoever from my review of the pretrial services report. For those reasons, I'd ask you to consider releasing her to the supervision of pretrial services.
All right, thank you. Ms. Ventura, I am going to release you to pretrial services. Conditions include no drugs, no alcohol, no weapons. Any monitoring treatment is directed by pretrial. No contact with your neighbor, the alleged victim. Don't try to go find him. But because you are neighbors, if you and the alleged victim are both outside your residence or your unit or in any shared common space at the apartment, you are to go inside your house or to leave the premises. Okay? All right, your next court date will be a preliminary hearing on July 7th at 1:30 p.m. That date may or may not go forward, so please keep in contact with your attorney, the public defender. If you fail to appear for court, whether it's that July 7th date or a future date, a warrant can issue for your arrest. You understand all that, Ms. Ventura?
Yes, how do I pay a bond?
I'm releasing you, ma'am, to pretrial services. You just have to keep in contact with that agency.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Your excuse for today, Ms. Ventura.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we're done, yeah?
I think so. All right. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
For the house, because I'm able to function flash. Yes. Forgot to use this Spanish. Well, they're the first one anyway. I get it, I'm like, what are they speaking? Yes, but I just wanted to let you know that we have to house. I marked them, they're corresponding, unable to. Okay, and the interpreter's online. she gonna do the, policy first? You know which one, so I know that the word says it's the love there's one. I have 23 in Paso and number 12. Dice Fuentes Cara. All right.
Good morning, you may be seated. All right, this is the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar for June 16, 2025. I am Commissioner Elizabeth Campbell. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of this month shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Persons appearing before this court are reminded that they have the right to remain silent and that anything they say could be used against them. Most of you have qualified for a court-appointed attorney. If you have not qualified for a court-appointed attorney, or even if you have, you may retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I will be calling you up individually when your name is called. Please proceed to the podium at the conclusion of your matter. Detention officers will have paperwork for you. That paperwork will detail my orders in your case. It will also have the dates, times, and locations of your future hearings. All right. Oh, I forgot. We have the interpreter on the phone.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I'm so sorry. Should I start over?
No, I believe I can do that.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. Buenos días, soy la comisionada Elizabeth Campbell. Esta es la orden, esa es la lista de comparecencias de las 11 de la mañana de junio 16 del 2025. La orden sobre la toma de huellas dactilares y ADN, que fue emitida el primer día de este mes en la primera lista de comparecencia, también aplica a las casos de hoy. Recuerde que si usted dice algo en esta audiencia, podrá ser usado en su contra. Después de que le llame y pase usted al podio, vamos a repasar sus acusaciones y después de haberlo hecho, va a recoger un documento y regresar.
All right. We are going to start this morning with Luis Espinoza Lopez, please.
Empezaremos esta mañana con Luis Espinoza López, por favor.
All right, Mr. Lopez, please state your name for the record.
Señor López, por favor diga su nombre para que conste en actas.
Luis Espinoza López.
Luis Espinoza López.
And Mr. Lopez, what is your date of birth?
Su fecha de nacimiento.
15 de enero del 98.
January 15th of 98.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of transportation and or sale of narcotic drugs, a Class 2 felony.
Usted fue arrestado el día de ayer por transporte o venta de drogas nocivas, siendo un delito categoría 2.
And money laundering, a Class 3 felony.
Y lavado de dinero, un delito categoría 3.
I did find probable cause for those violations.
Determiné que existe un motivo fundado para vincularlo a las acusaciones.
And I am appointing you an attorney.
y le estoy asignando un abogado.
I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30.
Estoy programando 2 audiencias para usted. La primera es el 23 de junio a las 8:30 y la segunda el 25 de junio a las 8:30.
Both of those hearings will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Y estas 2 audiencias se ventilarán en el Tribunal Superior del Condado de Maricopa en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $100,000.
En su caso, estoy fijando una fianza de $100,000 en efectivo solamente.
In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other release conditions, including electronic monitoring.
Si es que usted deposita la fianza y se le pone en libertad, usted está sujeto a otras medidas cautelares, incluyendo monitoreo electrónico.
Okay, go ahead, step to left, officer has your paperwork.
Pase a la izquierda, tome su documento.
All right. Eloisa Valenzuela, please.
Eloisa Valenzuela, pase por favor.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Buenos días, señora. Por favor, diga su nombre para que conste en actas.
Eloisa Ibarra Valenzuela.
Eloisa Ibarra Valenzuela.
And Ms. Valenzuela, what is your date of birth?
¿Su fecha de nacimiento, señora Valenzuela?
10/31 del 87.
10/31 of 87.
All right. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Usted fue arrestada el día de ayer bajo acusaciones de conducir bajo los efectos del alcohol. Esta es una falta categoría 1.
And I apologize, your arrest was earlier today.
Y mis disculpas, usted fue arrestada el día de hoy.
DUI with a BAC of .08 or more.
Que tenía una concentración de alcohol en la sangre de 0.08 o más.
That's also a misdemeanor. And exceeding the post, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
No, the DUI with a BAC of .08 or more, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Entonces, este DUI es de 0.08 o más. Esta es una falta categoría 1.
And exceeding the posted speed by more than 20 miles per hour, also a misdemeanor.
Y exceder la velocidad, el límite de velocidad por más de 20 millas, también es una falta.
I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing you an attorney.
Determiné que existe un motivo fundado para vincularla a estas acusaciones y estoy nombrando un abogado para usted.
In your new matter, I am setting a hearing in the Arrowhead Justice Court on June 19th at 8:30 a.m.
En el nuevo caso, estoy programando una audiencia en el juzgado de la ciudad de Arrowhead. Este es para el junio 19 a las 8:30.
In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $150.
Y en su nuevo caso, estoy fijando una fianza en la cantidad de $150.
Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in your matter before that court.
Y también se encuentra aquí porque se emitió una orden de detención en su contra por parte del departamento del sheriff del condado de Maricopa por no haber comparecido a este caso, en este caso.
In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because if you were eligible to have an attorney appointed, one should already have been appointed for you.
Ahora no estoy nombrando un abogado para usted en esa causa porque si usted hubiese calificado para uno en ese caso, ya se lo hubiesen asignado.
You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Por supuesto, usted puede contratar a su propio abogado y pagar de su propio bolsillo.
I am setting 2 hearings in that matter, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30.
Estoy programando dos audiencias para usted. La primera es el 23 de junio a las 8:30 y la segunda el 25 de junio a las 8:30.
Both of those hearings will be in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court.
Y estas dos audiencias se ventilarán en el Tribunal Superior del Condado Maricopa en el centro de la ciudad de Phoenix.
In your Maricopa County Superior Court matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750.
Y en el caso del Tribunal Superior del Condado Maricopa, estoy fijando una fianza en la cantidad de $750 para asegurar su comparecencia.
Go ahead, step to the left.
Pase a la izquierda.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, that's everybody I have marked as needing your services this morning, but could you?
You got one more.
Oh,
Escalante.
we have one more, at least one more. And I'm sorry, officer, who is it?
Number one. Fuentes Escalante.
Oh, thank you. All right, Mr. Escalante, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Señor Escalante, diga su nombre para las actas.
Nestalí Fuentes Escalante.
Perdón, ¿Nestalí qué?
Fuentes Escalante.
Nestalí Fuentes Escalante.
All right, Mr. Fuentes Escalante, what is your date of birth?
¿Cuál es su fecha de nacimiento, señor Fuentes Escalante?
El 21 del 88.
21st of 88.
What is the month?
¿Y en qué mes?
El 21 de 1988.
The 21st of 1988.
4. Mes 4.
On the 4th month.
Thank you. All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Ok, gracias. Usted fue arrestado el día de ayer por desobediencia de particulares ante la autoridad pública. Es una falta categoría 1.
And obstructing a public highway or thoroughfare, also a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y también obstaculizar una autopista pública o una vía pública. También es una falta.
I did find probable cause for both of those violations.
Determiné que existe un motivo fundado para vincularlo a las dos acusaciones.
Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today.
Debido al carácter de las acusaciones en su contra, usted no reúne requisitos para que se le asigne un abogado aquí el día de hoy.
However, you may of course retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you.
Sin embargo, y por supuesto, usted puede contratar a su propio abogado para que lo represente.
I am setting a hearing on July 2nd at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court.
Estoy programando una audiencia para el 2 de julio en... I'm sorry, Your Honor, what time was that?
Goodyear Municipal Court. I'm sorry, Goodyear Municipal Court.
Yes, Your Honor, you said July 2nd. I was asking about the time.
Oh, at 1 p.m., I'm sorry.
That's all right, thank you, Your Honor. Entonces estoy programando una audiencia para usted el 2 de julio a la 1 de la tarde en el juzgado de Goodyear.
Mr. Fuentes Escalante, will you go to that hearing?
Señor Fuentes Escalante, ¿va usted a comparecer a esa audiencia?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to release you. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance.
Hoy lo pondré en libertad bajo palabra juratoria.
If you do not go to that hearing, an arrest warrant may issue for you.
Si no comparece a esta audiencia, es posible que se emita una orden de detención en su contra.
Okay.
Go ahead, step to left. Officer has your paperwork for you.
Pase a la izquierda, la gente tiene sus documentos.
All right. Mr. Interpreter, will you inquire in the gallery if anybody else needs your services this morning?
Of course, Commissioner. Buenos días, soy el intérprete judicial. Si necesita interpretación en español en esta audiencia, por favor levante su mano.
All right, Mr. Interpreter, we have no hands. Thank you so much for your assistance.
You're quite welcome, Your Honor. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to go to Jeffrey Dugan and then James Hansen, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead. State your name for the record.
Jeffrey Dugan.
And Mr. Dugan, what is your date of birth?
6/23/88.
All right, and you were arrested yesterday on charges of discharging a firearm at a residence, a Class 2 felony, aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, discharging a firearm at a non-residence, a Class 3 felony, possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, discharging a firearm within city limits, a Class 6 felony, endangerment, a Class 6 felony, carrying a weapon in the commission of a felony, a Class 6 felony, criminal damage, a Class 6 felony, disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Did find probable cause for all of those. I am appointing you an attorney. And I am setting, oh, wait, let me back up, hold on. Yeah. Mentally, I need to update that, I'm sorry. I am appointing you an attorney. And I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $500,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to other release conditions, including electronic monitoring, no returning to the scene of the alleged crime. All right, we will have your paperwork for you here in just a second. You can go ahead, Steph.
You go ahead and have a seat in the back left, okay?
James Hansen, please. And then Rodney Collins. All right, Mr. Hansen, go ahead, state your name for the record.
James Dale Hansen,
And Mr. Hansen, what's your date of birth?
January 3rd, 1977.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, possession of a weapon in a drug offense, a Class 4 felony, possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for all of those. And I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you that you may not possess weapons. Go ahead, step to the left. Rodney Collins, please. Morning, sir. Go ahead, state your name for the record.
Rodney Collins,
And Mr. Collins, what is your date of birth?
7768.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of a weapon by a prohibited person, a Class 4 felony, aggravated DUI wrong-way driving, that's a Class 4 felony, carrying a weapon in commission of a felony, a Class 6 felony, and failing to admit that you were carrying a deadly weapon, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. For purposes of appointing you an attorney, based upon the information that you provided to, oops, actually, I need to update this one as well, sorry.
Okay.
Julie. I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm just updating my order to reflect that I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $25,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, I am reminding you, you may not possess any weapons. Go ahead, step to the left. Bradley Thompson, please, and then Thomas Anderson. Hello, sir. Give me just a second. Okay. All right, Ms. Thompson, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Bradley Thompson,
And Ms. Thompson, what is your date of birth?
9/11/04.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of aggravated assault class 3 felony, aggravated assault class 4 felony, resisting arrest using physical force, a class 6 felony, and assault, a class 1 misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Based upon the information that you provided to pretrial services, I am finding that you are not indigent, so I am not appointing an attorney for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30, both in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am, give me just a second. Oh, it's the same document. Okay. I am setting a cash-only appearance bond in your matter in the amount of $50,000. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would be subject to certain release conditions, including electronic monitoring, and you would not be permitted to return to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay? Go ahead, step left. Thomas Anderson, please. All right, Mr. Anderson, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Thomas Anderson,
Mr. Anderson, what's your date of birth?
7/18/88.
Thank you. And you are here today because I'm sorry, hold on. A Justice of the Peace in Sierra Vista issued a warrant for your arrest. Based upon, it looks like your charges involve dangerous drugs in that county.
I was under the assumption the charges were vacated because I had just got released from prison March 4th, and I'm currently in a sober living environment and I'm working. So when I got stopped by the police, I was very confused on why I got arrested.
So you were arrested yesterday. This warrant was confirmed as of yesterday. It was confirmed at 9:46 p.m. yesterday.
Right, but I don't know why they wouldn't have said anything when I got released from prison.
That I don't know. So based upon this information, what I have today, an attorney should be appointed for you at your next hearing, which will be in Sierra Vista Justice Court on June 19th at 8:30 a.m. Pursuant to that arrest warrant, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $15,000. So if you are still in custody, they will, detention officers will make sure you are able to attend that hearing. Either you'll get transported to that county, or you can attend remotely, so they can make that.
Since I'm still currently working, I'm staying in a sober living environment. Like, I got released from prison, doing everything well. Is there any way I can do an RO and then I can have my sober living take me to that court date?
Because I'm looking at the warrant, and the warrant was just confirmed yesterday. No.
Because I'm in a sober living environment, so they have to take me to my set appointment.
Right, and I understand that. I'm going to leave the warrant, the bond set where it is on this case, but you can get, and then hopefully when you get this case.
It's taking me a lot to get to where I'm at.
I understand that beds are really hard to come by in sober living facilities. I do understand that.
And I'm working. I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do. I'm sober. I'm in drug recovery. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do, and this isn't even supposed to be there.
So the hearing date is set on June 19th at 8:30. So that's in 3 days. So hopefully, if you're still in custody at that point, it's just 3 days. So hopefully that won't and you talk to the judge at that point. Hopefully that won't interrupt your recovery. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead. Step to the left. Curtis Stout, please. All right, Mr. Stout, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Curtis Elijah Stout, April 3rd, 1985.
Thank you. And you are here on 3 matters, so we're going to start by talking about your Maricopa County Superior Court matters first, okay? I know you were arrested yesterday, but we're going to work our way backwards to that. All right, so you have 2 matters currently pending before the Maricopa County Superior Court. We're going to start with your CR 2024-102922 matter. In that matter, the Maricopa County Superior Court has issued a warrant for your failure to appear. I'm not appointing you an attorney in that matter because if you are entitled to have an attorney appointed, one should already have been appointed for you. You may, of course, always retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing in that matter on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $750. Now, you are also here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on a direct complaint matter. That direct complaint alleges that on or about December 6, 2024, you committed the offense of taking the identity of another, a Class 4 felony. On or about December 6, 2024, you committed the offense of theft of credit card or obtaining credit card by fraudulent means, a Class 5 felony, and on or about December 6, 2024, you committed the offense of fraudulent use of a credit card, a Class 1 misdemeanor. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 and June 25th at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that case in the amount of $1,000. Now, finally, you are here because you were arrested yesterday on charges of obtaining services without paying, which is a misdemeanor. Did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney in that matter. And I'm setting a hearing in Surprise Municipal Court on June 24th at 1:30 p.m. In that matter, I am setting a $50 secured appearance bond as a placeholder so that you can get time in credit for time in custody in that matter. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Steph. My King Calvin. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
My King Calvin.
All right, Mr. Calvin, what's your date of birth?
1997.
Thank you. All right, you have 3 matters before the court this morning. So we're going to go ahead and talk about your new charges. You were arrested earlier today on possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for both of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. I'm setting 2 hearings in your new case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In your new matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Now, you are currently on probation in 2 Maricopa County cases. And in each of those cases, the court has issued warrants for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation. In both of those probation violations, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting hearings on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In the CR 2025-111770 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. In your CR 2022-006706 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. In the event you are able to post your bonds and secure your release, I am reminding you, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours, okay? Go ahead, step the left. Alejandro Romero, please, and then Ronnie Reyes. All right, Ms. Romero, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Alejandro Romero,
Mr. Romero, what's your date of birth?
June 27, 1994.
Thank you. And you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation, in your case, CR 2021-139954. In that matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I'm setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $1,500. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you would need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. All right, go ahead, step to left. Ronnie Reyes, please, and then Jasmine Carter. All right. Sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Ronnie George Reyes,
And Mr. Reyes, what's your date of birth?
11/17/1966.
I'm sorry, what is your date of birth?
11/17/1966.
Okay. I am showing that your date of birth is January 1st, 1966.
Oh, right. It's November 11th, 17th, 1966.
Okay, so you're saying it's November 11th, 1966?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and update that, although your date of birth is going to show on, I think I can update my paperwork here, but your paperwork will show that it's 1/1/1966. Okay. Huh? There's no date of birth. Oh, there's no date of birth. Okay. Thank you. All right, you were arrested yesterday on criminal trespass charges, trespass in a public service or facility, Sky Harbor, which is a Class 5 felony. I did find probable cause for that. I am appointing you an attorney. I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on June 23rd at 8:30 and the next one on June 25th at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in your case in the amount of $1,500, okay? All right, go ahead, step to left. Officer, we'll have your paperwork for you. Jasmine Carter, please. All right, Ms. Carter, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Jasmine Carter.
And Ms. Carter, what is your date of birth?
June 1st, 1985.
Thank you. All right, and you are here today because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued a warrant for your arrest on allegations that you violated your probation in CR 2023-000603. In that probation violation matter, I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. I am setting a secured appearance bond in that matter in the amount of $750. In the event you are able to post that bond and secure your release, you will need to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Go ahead, step to left. RV Howard, please. All right, Mr. Howard, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Avi Howard,
And Mr. Howard, what is your date of birth?
May 31st, 95.
Thank you. All right, you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree.
I was right across the street from my house, and I thought the cops were just gonna let me go, and they arrested me and brought me. I've never been arrested before. Okay. But they decided to bring me here.
Okay, so we're going to get to that. We're going to talk about that. Let me get through this piece, and then we'll talk about that. Okay. So you were arrested for criminal trespass in the first degree, residential yard. That's a misdemeanor. Disorderly conduct. It's a misdemeanor. Possession of drug paraphernalia, a felony, and possession of dangerous drugs, a felony. I did find probable cause for all of those, and I am appointing you an attorney. So I'm looking at your. Okay. So you're working, are you working, it looks like you're working full-time?
Yeah, I work at the Marriott and I work at Shake Shack.
Okay. All right. And how long, and where do you live?
I live in Surprise.
Okay, but you were saying you live right across the street from where this happened?
Yeah, right across the street.
Okay, and do you have family here in Arizona?
I do.
Okay. Do you have? I mean, do you have people that you care for?
I don't want them that. Yeah, I take care of my family, like my brothers and stuff, but I don't want them to know that I was there. Okay.
Well, and I get that can be stressful in a family environment. All right. And when are you scheduled to work next?
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Wait, what is?
It's Monday morning.
Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday. All right. You All right, according to the Form 4 alleges that you were in somebody else's backyard, and you realize that you can't go into other people's backyards, right?
Right.
Okay. The PSAT, I am gonna, if I give you a hearing date, will you go to that?
Absolutely.
And you're telling me this is the first time you've been in trouble?
Yeah, I'm military, so I've been home for about 3 years now.
Okay.
This is just like something, that's why I was so scared about it.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm going to go ahead and release you today on your own recognizance. You are going to be subject to certain release conditions, and we'll go over those in just a second. I'm setting hearings in your case, the first on July 1st at 8:30 and the second one on July 3rd at 8:30. Both of those are in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you need to make a point to go to those, because if you don't go to those, a warrant may issue for your arrest and you'll be right back here, okay?
Okay.
All right. Like I said, I'm releasing you today on your own recognizance. I am saying in my order that you may not go back to the scene of the alleged crime. That's your neighbor's backyard. Don't go back there. No contact with the alleged victim. That would be your neighbor, right? Okay. All right. There's other release conditions in there, but I did want to point those out. You need to make sure you go to your hearing.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay?
I will.
All right. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, step
All right, thank you.
All right. Irving Rendon, please. All right, Mr. Rendon, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Irving Rendon,
Mr. Rendon, what's your date of birth?
11/18/1990.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on disorderly conduct, a misdemeanor assault, misdemeanor criminal damage, misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for all of those. Because of the nature of the charges, you are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 3rd at 9 a.m. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. However, you are subject to certain release conditions, and those are set forth in your paperwork. You may not return to the scene of the alleged crime or have any contact with the alleged victim. You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim or go to an alleged victim's residence.
Understand.
Okay, go ahead, Steph Glass.
Thank you.
Glass Haro, please.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Haro, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Blas Adam Harrell.
All right, and Mr. Harrow, which date of birth?
10/10/1974.
Thank you. And you were arrested yesterday on charges of possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. I did find probable cause for those. I am appointing you an attorney, and I am setting 2 hearings in your case, the first on July 1st at 8:30 and the next one on July 3rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. Will you go to those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you to pretrial services today. That means you need to register with pretrial services, and they will do things like help you get to your court hearings, okay?
Okay.
All right, go ahead, step left. Jarek, I'm sorry, I felt like I was yelling there. Jarek Addo, please. All right, Mr. Addo, go ahead, state your name for the record.
It's Jarek Ado,
Oh, I'm so sorry. And Mr. Ado, what is your date of birth?
June 9th, 1994.
Thank you. And you are here today because you were arrested yesterday on charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, a misdemeanor, and criminal damage, a misdemeanor. I did find probable cause for those because of the nature of the charges, though. You are not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. However, you may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 2nd at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. Keep in mind, however, that your release is subject to certain conditions, including not returning to the scene of the alleged crime. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step left. Daniel Montano, please, and then Alan Nieves. Oh, sorry, now I see the little house. Sorry about that. All right, sir, go ahead, state your name for the record.
Daniel Montano,
And Mr. Montano, what is your date of birth?
5/14/96.
Thank you. And you are here because the Manny C Justice Court issued a warrant for your arrest for failure to appear in their matter involving driving with a suspended or revoked license with an offense date of on or about April 30th of 2025. In that matter, I am not appointing you an attorney because based upon the charges, you're not entitled to have me appoint an attorney here for you today. You may, of course, retain an attorney at your own expense to represent you. I am setting a hearing on July 2nd at 10:30 in the Manny C Justice Court. Will you go to that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to release you today on your own recognizance. You do need to go to that hearing or another arrest warrant may issue, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, step left. All right, officers, I think that's everybody?
Yep, all the house calls.
Okay. All right. We have 3 house calls today. These individuals are not able to be with us because they are a danger to self, a danger to others, or otherwise not able to function for being with us here in court today. Our first house call is Alan Nieves. Mr. Nieves' date of birth is June 13th of 1997. Mr. Nieves is here with us today because
He's unable to function, ma'am.
he is unable to function. All right. And the East Mesa Justice Court issued a warrant for his arrest. And this is an initial arrest warrant based upon assault allegations stemming from an incident on October 22nd of 2024. In this matter, hold on, just because of the nature of the charges, Mr. Nieves is not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him here today. However, of course, he may, of course, retain his own attorney. My intention at this point is to release him on his own recognizance. However, well, I should go back. And therefore, I'm setting a hearing on July 2nd at 9 a.m. All right, our second house call is Oscar Reyes. Mr. Reyes's date of birth is March 27th of 1992. Mr. Reyes is here because he is also unable to function because the Arrowhead Justice Court issued a warrant for his arrest for failure to appear in his matter involving excessive speed and driving with a suspended or revoked license, both of which occurred on or about January 1st of 2025. Because of the nature of the charges, Mr. Reyes is not entitled to have me appoint an attorney for him here today. However, of course, he may retain an attorney at his own expense to represent him. I am setting a hearing my intention at this point is to release Mr. Reyes on his own recognizance, and I am setting a hearing on July 1st at 2 p.m. in the Arrowhead Justice Court. Our last house call is Jeremiah McPherson. Mr. McPherson's date of birth is April 12th of 1994. Mr. McPherson is here because the Maricopa County Superior Court issued warrants for his arrest on allegations that he violated his probation in cases CR 2022-104865 and CR 2024-158856. In each of those matters, I am appointing him an attorney, and in each of those matters, I am setting a hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Maricopa County Superior Court. In his 22 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500, and in his 24 matter, I am setting a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. All right, if anything changes once I talk to Mr. Nieves, Mr. Reyes, or Mr. McPherson, I will update my written orders in their cases. All right, and with that, we are going to stand adjourned from the 11 a.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are going to stand in recess until the 2 p.m. initial appearance calendar, and we are off